Over $5 billion. That's how much video hosting SaaS platforms made in 2025. And there's a projection that it will reach to $10 billion within 2030. You can easily understand the huge market of video hosting platform SaaS. But building a real video hosting SaaS platform, it's not easy. Storage, bandwidth, transcoding, delivery logic, analytics, and most importantly, margin. If you don't design it properly, your margin will disappear. For the last 1 year, I have been researching and building my own video hosting SaaS, Vidmox. And in this series, for the first time ever, I'm building a real infrastructure SaaS publicly on YouTube. I'm super excited to start this series as you are, so don't waste any time. Let's see a quick short demo of what we're going to build in this series. Welcome back to the last part of Vidmox series. In this part, we're going to finish the full Vidmox. You can already see the dashboard is dynamic in here. The minute streamed is completely dynamic, the total request dynamic. Even this top visitors is also fully dynamic. You can check the analytics from here. This is completely dynamic. There is unique viewers, average view duration, watch time, and everything. You can right now play the video from here. Like you can change the video player, you can change the watermark and branding and everything. We have the billing activate right now. There's so many things we're going to do in this part, and we're going to actually finish the full Vidmox application. So I'm super excited to start the video. Don't waste any time. Let's start the coding part. All right, welcome back again to Vidmox series. So let's start our next part, and right now we're going to start to work inside our backend playlist module. Sorry, not playlist, player module. What is the player module is actually going to do? The player module is going to play the video or stream the video. So yeah, don't waste any time. Let's start to do it. Inside these modules, let's start a new folder. Sorry, let's create a new folder by giving name player. And let's create our player module.ts, player service.ts, and the player controller.ts. Yep. Now inside player module, let's come here and let's add here on module decorator from NestJS/common, add here imports. And we need here our JWT module, so we are going to use the JWT module. It's not here because we have to actually install NestJS/JWT. Yeah, so let's come back here and go to our services, and yeah, we can install this NestJS/JWT. So why do we need the JWT? Because we are going to sign our player with an access token so that we can verify the request properly. And it's very important for implementing the security for our video player. That's why we need the JWT token. Not JWT token, we need a JWT library because we're going to implement some security mechanism inside our player service. Now here, after this, we can say .register async. And we can import our config module from NestJS/config. After this, let's use the use factory and async config service. The type is going to be the config service. Yeah. And here C is not going to be capital. Yep. So we are basically like adding our like env variable in here, something like this, that 1 minute. I did some syntax mistake. Here we have to add another first bracket, and here. Yeah. Now in here, we're saying secret for our analytics JWT secret. So we basically need this JWT token for implementing analytics and for controlling our player, like the internal things. So that's why we need actually a variable on env variable. We'll create that after some time. After this, we need to inject our config service. Yep. And then here, let's add the controllers, which we have to create, and providers. Providers, we need player service and player guard, but for now, let's keep it empty because we don't have it yet. Yep. After this, we can export the class player module. Yeah, it's still giving some syntax error. Let me see, where did I do the mistake? So here, imports. After this, use factory. All looks good. Here's a callback. Here. Okay, now it's okay. So we basically we cannot use this. Yep, now it makes sense. So we can save it, and there's nothing wrong in here, no error or nothing, which is very simple because we haven't even like connected this module. So let's do one thing. Let's come back to our main.js, sorry, not main.js, our app module, and import here our player module. Now it's giving an error, very normal. The analytics JWT secret is not available, that's why. So let's generate on AWS, not AWS, let's generate on env variable secret key. So we can use OpenSSL random hexadecimal 32 characters like this. You just write this comment and it will generate on AWS analytics JWT secret or any secret for you, and you can just copy it and you can add it in .env. So let me come back to .env. I'm doing it in another screen because it has some variables with which I cannot show you. So setting up done. Now if we come back here, open our terminal, still the error, just restart it. There will be no error right now. Yep, no error. Done. Now let's come back to our player service, the main important one. So from here, let's create our service. We can say injectable and export class player service and constructor private read only. We need our config. So config and config service. Then our JWT service. So read only JWT service. Then we have to inject our result DB because we need our DB access in here. So we can say private read only DB and type, we can say any. Now here, let's add our stream video module. So stream video, and it's going to receive our video tracking ID, which is like the main important or the only thing which we need to like stream a video. So we need the video tracking ID, which our users, they will send it by using our npm SDK. We'll start to work for the npm SDK after this, like after finishing this player service. Now here, if there is no video tracking ID, then we have to throw an error because it's the like required thing. So we can say not found exceptions error, and the error message is going to be something like this, that video tracking ID is required. After this, we have to find out the video metadata based on the video tracking ID. So we can say this.db.select from our video metadata, and where the video metadata dot video tracking ID is matching with this provided video tracking ID, like which we are receiving in here in this parameter, and we have to limit it. So let's say limit and 1, limit is 1. After this, if the video metadata is like an empty array, not empty array, sorry, I'm saying if the video metadata length is not this, I mean, if it's like not available, then we have to throw an error because the video tracking ID is then not valid. So we can say not found exception and video not found with tracking ID, and we can pass the video tracking ID. Yep. After this, we can say const meta, which is our video metadata, and we need session ID, which we can use random UID from crypto. Now we need our analytics playback token. This is very, very important. So what is this analytics token? We are going to use it for like tracking our video players analytics, like the watch time, the views, the unique views, and all the other stuff like that. We are using it to just protect those like analytics tracking. We are just using this like analytics token so that like anyone cannot update it. They must need this access token to update the analytics, and only our video player will have this access token, and it's going to be like refreshed within a very short time. So that's why it's like a secure way to protect our tracking mechanism, the analytics tracking mechanism. So let's sign it. So let's use the async method from here, and purpose is going to be playback analytics. We have to pass the session ID, the video ID, which is going to be meta.id, and video tracking ID, which is going to be meta.video tracking ID. Yep. Or even the video tracking ID itself, but it's actually same value, this one and this one, same. Now for the timestamps, very, very important when we are adding timestamps from our like uploading, when you are uploading a video, then you are adding, suppose let's say timestamp, we need to like take the value and we have to make it a VTT file, because without the VTT file, we cannot add the timestamp inside our video player. Video player, it doesn't understand any text. It must need file to play that. So that's why we need to make our timestamps to a VTT file right now, like a VTT file code. So we have to use another function for it. We will use a helper function, and the helper function name is going to be timestamps to chapters VTT. We have to pass the timestamps and meta.video duration, which is like the duration of our video. Now we have to create this function, this timestamps to chapters VTT, the helper function. Let's come back inside our utils folder and let's create here a new file by giving them VTT transformer.ts. Now in here, let's write export function, our function name, the timestamps to chapters VTT. We have to pass here timestamp, which type is going to be timestamp item. On array of timestamp item, we have to create the interface. We will do, and we're also receiving here video duration seconds, which is a number. Yep. Now in here, let's add our type. So type our timestamp item. It's just going to be basically a string, nothing else. But we need some more helper function like parse times stamp line. So parse time stamp line at the same time, no double s. Then you're going to receive your line as a parameter, and const match line.trim dot match like this. This is a syntax. This is basically a regex pattern we need to use here. Something like this. It looks a bit weird, but this is just a regex pattern. I'd recommend you to pause the video and write it by yourself, because if you're doing any mistake, it's definitely not going to work. I think I did already a mistake in here. Let me see. It's very hard to write. Oh my god, I'm gonna give up. It's really not a thing to write for a long time like this. So this is basically the regex pattern. You can pause it and write it by yourself. Now, if it's not matching, if the structure is not matching, then we can throw an error. But usually the structure will match, because we will also refactor it from the front end to match this structure, so that our, like this parse timestamp line can parse it to a VTT format. Now we need, if it's not matching, then invalid timestamp format in this, like which line is not okay, we can send that line. Yeah. Otherwise, constant raw time match replace all this thing like dot to this. Yep. Now const title call match again, and from here we need to trim this. Now we need the parts from the timestamp, so we can call raw time dot split, and from here we can map it with the number. Yep. Now let hours 0, let's make some variable. Let minutes 0, let seconds 0, and if parts dot length equals to 2, then minutes dot sorry, we have to pass minutes and seconds. I mean, we have to distract it from the parts. Yep. Else if parts dot length, if it's strict, meaning if it's like in hours, then we have to say hours, minutes, and seconds. Yep. Now finally we can return it, our seconds, which is going to be hours multiply this, meaning we're basically changing our hours to seconds, then plus minutes multiply 60 plus the seconds and the title itself. Yep. Let me do one thing in here. Let me finish it. We can save it from here. We can come back here. We can import it. We can save that as well. Now let's come back here again. Let's call our chapters, and we're going to call the timestamps dot map, and we have to pass that parse timestamp line. Now we need the queues. So queues chapters dot map chapter index, and inside here const next, the next chapter. So chapters index +1, and const start the chapter dot seconds, and const end, which is going to be next seconds, or the video duration seconds. Now we can return the VTTs, but we have to we have to format the VTT time. So let's do one thing. Let's create here another function for formatting the VTT time, which is going to receive the total seconds, which is definitely a number. Now const hours math dot floor, pass the total seconds and divide it by 3600. because 3600 seconds equals to 1 minute, 1 hour. For minutes, math.floor total seconds, and we have to make it a percent with 3600, and we have to divide it with 6 to get the minutes. Sorry, divide. Now const seconds math.floor total seconds and make it 60%. Yeah, I think I added here extra first bracket. Yep. Now let's come back here and let's call our format VTT time. Let's pass the start, and actually we need to use this one. So it's basically like this. How? To hyphen and on like arrow. Format VTT time, and we have to pass the end in here. This is basically the structure we usually have inside our like timestamp VTT file. Okay, that's why it probably feels like a little bit weird to you, because it's not a thing that human understand. It's for machines, or it's for actually the video player. This is the structure they understand. Now here we have to pass the chapter dot title. Yeah, that's it. And at the end we have to return the web VTT /n/n, meaning I think it's called next line or something like that. Yep, queues dot join and sem/n/n. That's it. It's done. So our timestamp chapters to VTT is done, but format VTT time is not done yet because we have to return it. We forgot to return. Let's call string from here hours.pad start 2 and 0, let's say, then string minutes, then pad start 2 and 0. We need actually comma in here. String, we have to pass the seconds and send the pad start 2 and 0, and at the end join this everything with this and plus 000 like this. Yep. So this is what we have to return from this format VTT time. This function is basically formatting the time into the VTT format, which the player actually understand. Yeah, that's it. And our VTT transformer function is ready, the helper function. We can again come back here. Now we can say const data. Here we're going to use our media library again, media.stream. So media.stream is not working, very normal, because we're using a different version of 1 minute cloud media convert. So just let's copy this name, come back here, and let's say that cd services. Yeah, and here we can say npm uninstall this one, our 1 minute cloud media convert, because we have to install the update version. And let's say npm I 1 minute cloud media convert. Here you go. We can clear it and let's import again. Now you can see media.stream is not giving us warning because right now it's available. We have to pass here API key. We can say this.config.get or throw string, and we're gonna pass here 1 minute cloud API key. So basically there's no space in this 1 minute cloud. 1 minute cloud API key. Yep. And we have to pass our tracking ID, the video tracking ID, and this is basically going to return us the playlist. So yeah, that's it. That's simple. The setup is, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to worry for anything. And data, VTT, session ID, and analytics token. This is what we have to send from here. If it's catch any error, just throw the error to API as like response. That's it. Our player service is ready. Let's come back to player controller and let's make it. It's going to be simple. So we're going to use controller decorator as we always doing. And here let's use guards because we are protecting it with our Clark auth guard so that only our logged in user can use it. And we need another guard which we will create after some time, not now. Now let's export this class, that player controller. We can add here our player service constructor like this. Now let's use here get method. So we can say load video. V should be capital. And then video tracking ID as our params. Yeah. And let's add here a function like this, like load video. And it's going to receive like request, which going to be any, and it's going to receive the mainly the param from our API. I mean from the payload. So it's going to be video tracking ID and video tracking ID, which is going to be string. Return this dot player service dot stream video and pass the video tracking ID. We can save it, and here you go. You can see it's perfectly working. I mean, it's done, not perfectly working. Let's come back here, and here you can see no error, no problem, because still we have to come back here and let's add our player controller and our player service. Yeah, we can save it. Yep, still no error, so everything is okay. It means we don't need to worry for anything. Yep, done. Now let's come back here. We completed our backend work. By the way, let's do login. We're logged out now. Let me do login. Here we go. We're logged in. My videos. Yep. Perfect. Now let's start to work on Vidmox player since our backend is ready for our like player setup. It's ready. It's not fully done yet because we have so many things inside our video player and the SDK is not small. The like Vidmox player SDK. It's definitely more bigger than this Vidmox SDK because Vidmox SDK was very simple, but Vidmox player is the opposite. It's crazy complicated. We have to write a lot of code in this player, which is very natural because it's like representing our video player or the main user facing product. That's why it's going to be definitely a little bit different. So no worries, we're going to start it right now. So let's start it. All right, so let's come back inside our SDKs and Vidmox player. Inside here, let's create a new folder by giving name src. Inside src, we're going to create our configs folder. And inside src, we have to create the core folder. Actually, we don't need the core in here. Now we just need icons, configs, the React version, the video player, like the client one, then the server side part and services for the server side part and the TypeScript types, and finally the helper functions one, that utilities or utils. And inside src, we can create index.js file like the root one. Now again, outside of this src, inside this Vidmox player, let's add our package.json and our tsconfig.json. Yep. Also the tsub.config. Actually ts. Yep, because we're going to use tsub, which we were also using inside Vidmox SDK. We're going to use the same thing in here as well. Now inside this package.json, I'm going to copy it now. But for you, let me show you everything one by one. First of all, for the name, if you're using Vidmox player, definitely it's not going to work because Vidmox player is already going to be like available on npm. So you don't have access to this Vidmox organization. So you have to just change it to your like product name or your organization name, and you have to make sure that the organization is available, not taken yet. After that, description, license, you can definitely like change it as per your needs, but this is how it will look like. The main file, the module file, the types, we are just going to include the dist file. So that's why we are saying files dist, and dist is not in here because that's going to be auto generated folder. And exports, we're exporting all of our types. For React, we're exporting it for server, side effects true. Publish config, we are making it public library. Scripts, this one like build, then just run the tsub. For dev, tsub and watch. For clean, just clean the dist, and pre-publish only means npm run clean and npm run build. These are some keywords for SEO purpose, and this is the homepage, like our GitHub homepage for this player, like repository. And this is the issue URL inside the GitHub repository. This is the repository URL again. And this is the engines, like we're using Node.js, and your which project you're using Vidmox YT, that must need to have Node.js version more than 18, or 18 itself will also work. We're using some per dependencies like React and React DOM, and per dependencies meta. We're also using some dev dependencies like this, that types Node or types React, tsub, tsx, and TypeScript. And we're using some dependencies as well, like the Vidmox React. Yeah, we need this since this is our video player right now. This is like the open source video player we are using, but definitely we will like customize it a lot to make it feel like our Vidmox video player. We're also using HLS.js, media icons, and Vidstack itself, the library. That's it. Now let's come back here. In this SDKs, let's go to Vidmox player and let's write this, that npm I. It's going to install all of our dependencies, dev dependencies, and like the all per dependencies as well. Yeah, we can clear it. I think per dependencies means it's just going to take it from our like project. Yeah, we don't need to install it. However, it's done. Everything is ready. You can see the package log is here, and node modules here. Now in this tsconfig, we have to update it. In tsconfig, it's going to be something like this. Our directory is going to be the dist folder. Root directory is source, inside source. Module, we're using node next module. And target, we're targeting this one. Module resolution, node next. You can just skip, you can just pause the video and write it by yourself. Or even if you are having the source code, you can just copy paste it. Yeah. One more thing I forgot it, that is the readme.md, which we don't have it right now because we are still making the library. We don't have the readme.md yet. So yeah, our setup is actually ready, except this tsubconfig.ts, we have to make it. And this tsubconfig.ts file is actually going to be a little bit bigger than the previous one. because we are adding our server and React code at the same time, and we cannot add that together because the server-side code cannot be inside client-side and client-side code cannot be inside the server-side. That's why we are changing the configurations a little bit in here. But this is the code. You can just pause the video and write it by yourself. All right, now everything is done. Let's come back in index.js. Actually, nothing will happen from here. Let me close all of these files. Index.js, we're just going to like export everything. So for now, let's come inside React and let's create our index.tsx. Why tsx? Because this is the client-side file for our video player. Now in here, we actually need to add so many things. First of all, we need here like some CSS, like some custom CSS we are using for customizing the video player. If the type of document is undefined, because since we're in NestJS, this problem happens. Like when it's in the server side, then it doesn't get access to the DOM. So that's why we're writing this logic to prevent those errors. So we're saying if the type of document is undefined, then we're returning the function. Yeah. Otherwise, const style document dot create element and style, and we can say style dot text contained. Now let's add all of our styles like the CSS. So I'm just quickly copying pasting it because it's actually CSS, and I think I don't need to explain it to you because it's the CSS, and it's very hard even for me to explain it because it's just we're basically targeting the class names inside Vidmox, not Vidmox, the vidstack library, and we're changing the styling from there. So yeah, it's basically like that. You can just pause it and write it by yourself, or even if you have the source code, you can definitely copy paste it. So I'm just slowly I'm doing it so that you can write it. Something like this. And one more thing, this is for our video loading spinner. So Vidmox spin, and we need the Vidmox loader. Yeah, something like this. All good, all done. Now at the end we can say document dot height dot append child, and we can add the style inside this. Yep. Now we have to merge this with actually we need our Vidmox icons because we're going to use custom icons for our video player. We're not going to use the default icons which vidstack is providing us. We're going to use custom icons to make it feel like a custom video player, not like a vidstack video player. And the type is going to be default layout icon from vidstack react /type /vidstack react JS. You can just see it. And now we can say default layout icons. We're spreading it, we're keeping it as it is, and we're updating the play button. So for the play button, for the play, we're using here Vidmox play icon. So Vidmox play icon, it's not here yet. No worries. Let's do one thing. Let's come back in this icons, create index.tsx. Inside here, we have to write this function, export function Vidmox play icon. It's going to return on SVG. Now, how I got this SVG, let me show you the techniques so that you can also implement it. Let's go to Google Chrome and search for Lucid React. From here, for the play icon, you can search for play, from here, you can copy the SVG and then you can just modify a little bit, because this is like a raw CSS SVG. You just have to change the stroke width like this to this. Okay, like how you're watching it in here, you have to make it like that. So with that way, you can easily like add here icons, like the icons you like. You don't have to like do copy paste, which I am adding in here. Now let me come back here. Let's add the play, like the Vidmox play icon. Then for the pause, it's going to be Vidmox pause icon. For replay, it's going to be the Vidmox play icon again. Yeah, what it's saying. Okay, default play button. I don't know, it should not give error. Okay, fine, we'll check it later. Let's change our mute button now. So mute button. And let me do one thing. Let me add all the icons at once. Otherwise, there are so many icons here, because the full video player, I changed the, I customized it completely. Like all the icons are my icons now. So you can see all the SVG here. And I already was showing you that how can you get those SVG. Just come here and search for the icon you're looking for, and then just paste it like this. Now here we can import our Vidmox mute icon, unmute icon. And here you go, it's ready. Now next one is full screen button. Like for the full screen, we're going to use these icons. Next one is seek button, menu, and peep button. So actually so many things. Sorry. Seek button. Yeah. It's not seek. Okay, it's like, I think the backward forward button. Yeah. Menu. We're going to use these icons for the settings. The peep button. Then for the caption button, very, very important. This is the icon we're going to use for the captions, or the like subtitle. Yeah. Here is just, it's giving an error. I think I did something wrong in here. Play button. I don't know. Okay. The mistake is here. It should not be icon. It should be actually icons. Yeah. Now see, no error. So we make sure to import it from icons. What is this? Default play icons. Oh, layout icons. And okay, it's basically the types, and it's the all layout icons. Yeah, I understand it now. Okay, fine, we can save it. After this icon setup, we still need to do a lot of work. For an example, when we are getting our playlist, like informations for playing the video, it's not including the token params for the segment file. Now, what is segment file and what is token params? Basically, when our video player is going to play a video or stream a video, it just like not playing it with a fixed URL. It has on params at the end, like on token expires time, and a token path. And without that, like Vidmox CDN is definitely not going to play the video. Not Vidmox CDN, the 1 minute cloud CDN is not going to play the video without that token or expires and token path. And the tokens definitely going to be unique. Every time you're requesting, it's going to be different, and it will have an expiry, so that like we can protect our video player from like abusing. It can happen that someone is copying the URL and trying to playing it from somewhere else. In that type of thing, it will actually not work, because we're already giving security for that. Just a minute, let me change it. Yep. Now after this, so that's why we need to actually make another function called extract token params from our playlist URL. Now playlist URL is definitely not going to return the segment URL, which is very natural. For the segment URL, the video player will attach the token params. Why it needs to attach the token params? Because without the token params, the segment file will not work. And when the segment files are not working, the video will also not work. What is the segment file? I think I don't have to explain it, but still let me do a little bit explanation. So in the videos, like let's say 7-minute videos, it will have actually, I don't know how many, but for our like internal things, we're using 4 seconds for a segment. So like 7 minutes video, then you can divide it with 4, like let's make the 7 into seconds and 7 minutes into seconds, and then divide it with 4, then you can see how many segments files there. Why we're doing it? To save the bandwidth cost, because we don't want to play like all the file at once when the user, they're not watching the full videos. So that's why we're like just fetching the first few segments. Yeah, I hope you're understanding what is the meaning of segments and how the video player actually going to load the video. Now here we will have our URL, which is very simple. Now we need to we need the token, and we're getting the token from the search params.get and token. Yeah, we're also getting our expires from this URL.search params.get expires, and the token path URL search params.get, then token underscore sorry, not auth, it's going to be path. Yeah, if token available and expires available and token path available, then we can return the token which we need to attach with the segment files. We can call here encoded URI component. We can pass the token. We can say expires. 1 minute, we have to finish it here like this. Yeah, expires, and let's call the encoded URI component again and pass the expires here. Here let's add sorry, here actually token path, which is going to be encoded URI component token, and expires sorry, expires is going to be also outside. Expires encoded URI component and expires, and finally the token path. For the token path, it's going to be same encoded URI component and pass the token path inside this. Yeah, it looks a little bit bigger, and it's actually bigger because it's just a URL which we have to attach with our segments files, with the segment files URLs. So token expires, token path, and expires. Wait, why am I adding expires for double time? No, we don't need to. I think I did something wrong. Wait, let me see again. I did something wrong. Token expires and token path. Yeah, we don't need it for 2 times. I mistakenly added it for 2 times. In catch, we don't need to do anything for now. So here we can now return empty string if the token expires and token path is not available. Then yeah, we're not available in the playlist file or the playlist URL which we're getting from 1 Minute Cloud or from our Vidmox API. Now here we need another function for signing the thumbnail VTT. Which VTT is this? It's not the like video thumbnail, it's the like video playing that how can I say, this is basically like the timeline preview. Okay, not the thumbnail VTT, we can say timeline preview. VTT URL, which is going to be string, and token params, this is also going to be string. Now it's going to be a blob URL, so let's make on state here use state like blob URL and set blob URL, and let's add here an use effect. You might be thinking we're using our use state use effect. Yeah, we are because this is a client side file. Even we can add here use client as well, no problem. Now here let's add use effect snippet, and here we can select object URL string or null, and by default value is going to be null. Late cancelled, which is going to be false. We can say async function load const race await fetch the VTT URL. If race dot okay is not true, then throw new error that failed to load thumbnail VTT. Yeah, then const VTT await race.json. Actually not JSON, we need text value, so text const base URL new URL, so URL, and let's pass the VTT URL. Now we need to make the signed VTT, so like the final VTT URL, so we can say VTT dot replace. We basically need on regex pattern here again for the web VTT, something like this. Then line and const path with query and fragment, which by default value is going to be empty string. Then line dot trim split this. We're basically making like our the thumbnail, sorry, not thumbnail, our timeline preview VTT file to play it in our video player. Now the image URL, why we're doing this, because end of the day this like the timeline preview VTT file is not, yeah, that's a single file, but inside that there are multiple files because that's basically a grid. And when we are playing, like you're hovering our video player, like let's on the timeline you're hovering it, then you will see the timeline preview, but it has so many files, it has multiple image, and we need to attach the token params with all of those images, otherwise those images will not work. So yeah, new URL, let's add here path with query and base URL. Now const params new URL search params, and let's pass the token params. Params dot for each value key image URL dot search params dot set. Let's pass the key and value. Yep. Now let's return our image URL dot to string, and the fragment, if it's available, then fragment like this, or empty string. Yeah, that's it. Now after this, call the object URL and URL dot create object URL, new blob, the signed VTT, and the type is going to be text slash VTT for the file. Yeah. Now, if not cancelled, then set blob URL, the object URL. Probably feeling it looks like a little bit complicated, but don't worry. We're just like setting up the URLs and everything. Yeah. Before return, we have to call the load, and if it's catch any error, then just let's say console dot error the message. Yeah. Now return cancel true if object URL dot revoke object URL, and we can pass the object URL. In the dependency array, we can add the VTT URL and token params. Yep, yeah. And at the end, we can return the blob URL. That's it. The use effect is ready. It's not small. It's quite big, but yeah, it's ready. Now still we need another regex pattern small function and helper function for SRT to VTT. Why? Because our subtitles is in SRT, but we need to make it in VTT for just like ease of uses. I mean, the video player understand VTT easily than SRT. So that's why we're just converting our SRT to VTT. That's it. But this is an helper function, not the main function. We have to create another function for use SRT as VTT URL. Again, this is for our the subtitle. Okay, our subtitle is in SRT file, not in VTT file. But we are converting that to VTT file because our video player or VT stack, it does understand like VTT more better than the SRT. Or by default, it's actually understand the VTT file, and that's why we're just changing it. Use state string or null. By default, it's going to be null. Let's use another use effect snippet. Let's add two late variable like object URL and cancelled. Now we need on function for converting our SRT URL. It's kind of like the same thing we were doing with our timeline preview URL, just the names are different. That's it. Otherwise everything is almost same. And finally we can return I did small mistake. Yeah, something like this. Now we can return the VTT URL. So it's basically the same, almost same, not completely same. You can just read it. It's for converting our SRT file to VTT. Yeah. Now our main video player function. Yeah, this is the main one. The Vidmox player. So Vidmox player, it's going to receive our video tracking ID, the autoplay like feature and plays in line. Very important, one ready, like when it's ready, and when there is an error in the video player, you can track that easily. I mean, our users can track that. And type is going to be Vidmox player props. All right, so Vidmox players props. Let's come back in our types and index.js. It's going to be something like this. Very simple types. Now let's import it here. Now let's add our player. It's going to be an useref variable like this, that media player instance from vidstack react, and by default value is going to be null. We need our video data and loading state and set loading state and the user country. Now for getting our user country, we're going to actually use on like shortcut technique, I can say, for the version 1. This is kind of like a hack for the version 1. And we need like 2 more useref for unique eligible and unique locked. Yeah. And views logs prefix. So when there is any lock mechanism, like any spamming, then we're basically just making a prefix that vmx view and unique view TTL milliseconds, which is 30 seconds. So after every 30 seconds, we will basically like do an heartbeat to check the video playing duration. Okay. However, this is completely connected with our analytics mechanism, which we haven't created it in the backend. We will do after sometimes. And in this, we definitely need an event-driven architecture. We're going to implement NestJS stream, my favorite, like event-driven, not event-driven. I mean, my favorite masses broker. I feel like NestJS stream, it's super powerful, and I use it over than like the RabbitMQ or BullMQ or any other famous like masses broker, because I don't know, I feel like it's easy to set up and it's very lightweight, which is very, very important to like save expenses, and it's super powerful. Why we will not use it? Yeah. So we're gonna use that, not now. Definitely at first we're going to play the video and then we will like track the analytics. Here we need an use effect hook. I think we will work here later because this is for the analytical things. For now, let's add here the fetch video data function. Let's create our video fetching function from our Vidmox API, which API we like some time ago we created. We're going to use that right now. So if isLoading is true, then return the function isLoading meanings. This is the isLoading. And here we are saying it's true. So like we're basically like avoiding to refetch the data for multiple time. Now let's add here and try catch. Like for fetching our data, the video player and video tracking ID, are passing this video tracking ID. By the way, an important thing you can see here, API/vidmox/player/video tracking ID. Definitely this is not our Vidmox API URL, right? Yeah, it's normal because we don't want to like show this to our client side. That's why we're forwarding this request to our client side proxy. Like we will tell our users that, hey, you have to create an API URL on like something like this in your project, that API/Vidmox, and then you have to copy a code snippet as like we were doing in our Vidmox SDK. The same like technique we're going to still follow in here, and this is going to like do a forward request to our internal Vidmox API with the API keys, like the user API keys and everything. Yeah, we are basically passing the video tracking ID, and when we're getting the response back, we're setting that in this set video data as the response. And finally, we're making the set is loading false. Yeah. And one more thing, we have to must inject the stylings, because without injecting it's not going to work. Yeah, if there is video tracking ID, then fetch video data, and at first definitely inject the Vidmox like caption styles or the custom styles which we created earlier. Yeah, now the most important thing, let's collapse everything. Let's come back here in this, sorry, not services, I meant in this main dashboard, this API in Vidmox. Let's create a new folder by giving name player. Why? That's what we're doing in here, right? We're forwarding request to API/Vidmox/player. So API, Vidmox, and player. Now here, let's add a route.ts. And in here, in this route.ts, basically we need to add a code snippet. However, the code snippet will definitely not work properly because we haven't exported our SDK or anything yet, the Vidmox player server. But this is how it will look like. It's basically our post request. And by the way, for users, for normal users, they don't need this at all. They will just do this and pass their API keys. But for Vidmox application, only for the Vidmox website, we're doing it, because this is inside, you can see in main dashboard means the Vidmox website, because instead of API key, we're passing the authentication token, because definitely we don't have the user API key, right? We don't know the user API key. How can we pass that? That's not possible for Vidmox to pass the user's personal API keys. So we have a like token for those users, like they're logged in definitely, and when they're logged in, we have their token and we can pass that token. And interestingly, our backend guard, it understands tokens and API keys at the same time. So if you're passing token, it will still work. Yeah, we can save it right now. Let's come back here, and I want one thing to do from here, and that is, let me return the media player. This is from Vidstack. Let's pass the ref, which is going to be the player, the title. For now, let's make it Vidmox player, like on static. Plays in line, or by default true. Autoplay, same. Autoplay are by default false. The video will not play automatically by default. Source is going to be the video source. One can play is going to be one ready. One error on play. For now, just keep it empty like this, because we will do here some configurations in the future for the analytics. One provider change. This is the most important part, because we have to change the provider since we're using HLS, the custom option. And we can say if provider dot type equals to HLS, then provider dot config equals to XHR setup. Looks a bit weird, but that's what it's called actually. And XHR, the XML request, HTTP request, I guess. Yeah. URL, which is going to be string. If the URL doesn't includes the token, then const separator URL includes, and or this. So we're basically like doing a filter in here. Yeah, makes sense. Now hex hr.get, sorry, not get, I think open, yeah, and get URL separator the token params it's basically in here. Let's do one thing. Let's make our video src variable, which is going to be video data dot playlist URL, which we're getting from our API, and token params, something like this. We need our subtitle URL, subtitle VTT URL, and preview URL and sign thumbnail VTT URL. So we're basically like calling all of those helper function right now in these variables. And if is loading and video is loading, then we can show this like beautiful loader, like the Vidmox loader. The video data is not available and is loading is false, it meaning something is wrong. You're loading the video. And the chapters URL, like the timestamps URL, we're saying video data.vtt, and we're making it like a blob URL, something like this. Yeah. Now let's come back here again and token params and make it true. All good, but media player, it's going to be something like this. I don't know why it's still giving error. Media player, from where I imported it, let me see. Actually, we have to import it from Vidstack React. Yeah. Now I think no error. Still error. Okay, interesting. That still there is error, because I think inside here in this media player, we have to provide our media provider from Vidstack and React. So media provider, let me do one thing. Here, let's add media provider like this. Yeah, now see, no error. Perfect. Now in media provider, we have to pass track. And again, I don't know why the suggestion is coming from actually the dist, but we don't need to import it from the dist. We're going to import it from here. And same for, I think, these two. No, these two for from the dist. Okay, makes sense. Now let's come back here again for the track. Let's add the source. It's going to be the chapters URL. Kind is going to be chapters. Level is going to be chapters, and it's going to be like by default true. Now if there is subtitle URL, subtitle VTT URL, then add and track like the subtitle VTT URL. Kind is going to be subtitles. Level English, language English, and default true. Yeah. After this, for the captions, let's add caption from our Vidstack check React, I'm pretty sure, but the import is coming from a different place. So yeah, now after this, in this captions, we just have to add a class name that VDS captions. Yep, something like this. Let's come outside from the media provider and call our default video layout. Default. Okay, video layout. All right, and we have to pass the thumbnails here. By the way, it's going to be actually self-closing. We have to pass the thumbnails, the icons, which is going to be the Vidmox icons, and slots, like the extra features we're going to enable, that is Google Cast button. We're going to make it null. And chapters menu, we're going to also make it null. We don't need it inside our video player. Yeah, we can save it. And I think we should actually use it from here. No. Okay, fine then. Let's save it. Our video player is partially ready, not fully ready yet. It's still giving us warning, which completely makes sense. Let's come back in this server. In this index.ts, we have to create an index.ts first. And it's going to basically forward on file. It's going to export on file. And the file is inside our services. It's going to be process request.ts, the normal process request, which we're always doing. Now here, export async function handle process request. It's going to receive the request and API key as parameter. Yeah. Request is going to be request. API key is going to be string. Yeah. Now definitely we can come back here. We can save it. And from here, let's say export our handle process request. I think we're already exporting it. Yeah. From // services process request.js. Yep, done. Let's come back here now. And inside here, we have to do the main work. And this is going to be a little bit different. This is like the main thing we're doing now. If there is no API key, then we can return an error that Vidmox API key is required. Now we have to look for the JWT. Why? Because if there is no API key, it means that, first of all, we're checking it if the API key is like undefined or null, then we're giving an error. Okay, there is something in the API key and we are checking it with like, is it JWT or not? Is it valid or not? So first check is probably JWT. So this is basically on utility function. Let's create here a new file. We can say export function is probably JWT, which is going to receive the token, which is going to be string. And it's going to check with a regex pattern, that is it matching as like a JWT token. If it's, then it's JWT. And another one, which we can actually copy from our SDK, like our Vidmox SDK library, which is the like verifying the API key signature, the API key signature mechanism. Yeah. Now we can import it And we can also check the validity. First of all, if it's like JWT key, then we can check it. If it's not JWT key, then it means it is probably the API key. Then we're also checking the like signature, the API key signature. Yeah, if it's not valid somehow, then we're saying invalid API key. Now, for the auth headers, this time, if there is, it's JWT, then we're passing it through authorization. If it's not, then we're passing it through API key. Yep. We need our base URL, which we will get from our get env config, and it's going to be actually completely similar like we did in our Vidmox SDK, like this. So just paste that, come back here, and sorry, here. Now after this, we need our search params, because player is going to forward two type of request. This endpoint, Vidmox player is going to forward two type of request. One is for playing the video, another not for playing the video. One is for getting access to the playlist URL. Another one is for updating the metadata, or like requesting for more data, we can say. Yeah, so both request is very important. The video will not work without any of this. I mean, so let's say one is working, another one is not working, then the video will not work properly. After this, we can say const kind and search params dot get. We need the kind, like which type of request is this. If the kind is event, then it's for analytics. If it's not event, for now it's definitely not event, then we need the video tracking ID. Then search params dot get, we're taking our video tracking ID from the search params. If no video tracking ID, then just return an error that video tracking ID is required. Now we have to send request to our main server now, the base URL, like the Vidmox API, player, load video, and the video tracking ID, and in headers, we're passing the auth headers. After getting the response, we're passing it, we're returning the response, and we're just adding the data or upstream error if there is any error. Yeah. However, one thing I just want to check, there is one try catch statement. We should use here a try catch statement actually. So let's cut everything. Do not do anything, just cut everything and add on try catch statement, paste everything again in the try part. And now after this, let's come in the catch block and message the error message or an unexpected error occurred, like on fallback message. Yeah, and we can return the error response as well. Yeah, that's it. That's about our process request. It's very simple for now, but definitely it's going to be a little bit bigger when we'll have like the event and everything, like the player tracking mechanism. Yeah. Now, since we're having this, we can come back to our main index.ts, this main one, and we can export everything from here, like our video player, the Vidmox player, and the handle process request. Since it's ready, we can write this that npm run build. It's running on tsub build, and here you go. You can see our dist folder is ready in here, the Vidmox player and React and server, and it looks perfect. It looks pretty solid. Now let's connect this library with our local systems. We can say npm link, and here we can stop our server and we can say npm link @vidmox/player, I think the error will be gone. And here you go. You can see the error is already gone because we're like linking up our library from here. Yep. It's taking a little bit of time, which is normal. For the first time, it takes time a little bit. Okay, since it's installing, while it's installing, we can get back in here again. Now, right now, let's try to test Vidmox player. So in main dashboard in app, we can create a new folder by giving them test. And we can add a page.tsx in here. Let's add an RFCE page. Let's make it actually client side. Yep. And let's run our Vidmox player in here. So for like running the Vidmox player, we don't need a lot of code. We just need to add this Vidmox player. Let's import it. Okay, Vidmox player, we have to import it from our Vidmox player and React. Now the video tracking ID for now, let's add here static value. I mean, definitely the value is going to be real one. So let's check it from here. Video tracking ID, here you go. Just pass it in here, save it. Again, start our server, npm run dev. Let's type test. Okay, it's saying cannot resolve vidstack react types, vidstack react.js. Okay, something is wrong. No worries, let me see what's wrong in here. I think it's import issue somehow. And it happens actually a lot. The default icons and everything, it's going to be React player layout and default. This is what it should be. 1 minute. From vidstack React player layout and default. As I know, it should be like that. Yeah, I think I did wrong spelling somewhere. Here it's giving an error. The video layout, default video layout, default video layout. Yeah, it's here. Type, actually type is going to be the icons. I did mistake. Yeah. Here, something like this. Done. We can save it. Let's come back here, give on rebuild. Come back here, and here you go. Something is loading up, and probably there is something wrong. Yeah, blocked origin. It's saying 403. Okay. Alright guys, I found it, why it's not working. We did basically a big mistake. Not a big mistake, it was like slip up, like we mistakenly write it in here. You can see token path, but here the value is token. It's line number 150 in this extract token params function. Just change it from token to token path. It's very, very important. Otherwise, it's not going to work. This is the first one. Now, if I build it, you'll see something different. The video is right now going to play for sure, but there's something horrible. Why the styling like this? You can definitely play the video, but the styling is horrible. And it is horrible because we have to come back again in here and we have to actually import, or we have to actually connect CSS of vidstack in here like this. So vidstack React player styles, default theme CSS, and layout CSS. Yeah, this is very, very important. Now let's again build it. Let's come back here and test. Here you go. This time it's working. And you can see the video player, it's definitely not small one. You can change the speed from here, and like you can mute the video, the color, the subtitle, the like timestamps, everything is perfectly working. It's looking really very beautiful. Even the shortcuts are working. If you press F, it's the full screen. Press again F outside. If you press M, then mute. If you press M again, then it's unmute. And the video is basically a video of Lapland. I cannot play it for a long time, otherwise I'll get definitely copyright. Alright, yeah, so this was the video. You can see the video is actually working, and that's the most important thing. So since we're playing our video for the first time, we should be happy, right? Like we're playing the Vidmox player is breaking right now. Even though there is some error which we have to fix because it's not fully complete yet, we have to finish it. Yeah. Now let's come back here. Since the video player is working, video playing feature is working, we have to finish like the final version. Now, what is missing here now? The video is playing, everything is good, but we need to track it like with a very advanced level. How much you're playing the video, what is the average view durations, when there is an unique views, when there is not unique views. We need to do a lot of things for this, and we will do that. But we have to do it from the backend first. Frontend is simple, not too much simple, but simpler than the backend part. Now we're going to start the main interesting part of this full video series, and that is we're going to start to work with an event-driven architecture. Let's come back in services again, in this source folder, in this modules folder. Let's create our another modules called analytics. Yeah, we're right now starting to work for the analytics features or the tracking features. Not only analytics, it's like every single tracking we're going to do in here. Now inside this analytics module, it's going to be a little bit different. First of all, we're going to add here consumer. What is this consumer? Don't worry, this is the masses broker consumer. What is masses broker? I'll try to my best to explain this to you again. Masses broker is like something, let me again explain from here. So when you were watching a video, let's say you are playing a video, not only you, it can happen that at the same time there are thousands of people, or let's say 100,000 of people are playing the video, and after a certain time we want to update our database. So if there is so many requests like that at the same time, let's say there is 100,000 requests, if we're processing that with our database or even with the caching mechanism, it's definitely going to crash. Our backend API never can handles a lot of requests like this. And for solving this problem, there is a solution called masses broker or an event-driven architecture. What is the meaning of this event-driven architecture? It sounds very like complicated and interesting at the same time. So events-driven meanings it works on an event. So what is an event? When you are playing a video, that's an event. When you're even clicking the pause button, that's also an event. When you were, let's say, playing the full video or playing for a certain time, everything is counted as events. So when there are so many events happening at the same time, we use event-driven architecture for a better scaling approach. Since Vidmox is going to be like a lot of people is going to use Vidmox at the same time, since this is a video player, and it can happen that at the same time 10 or 20 applications are using Vidmox internally in their system, and their audience is actually going to be Vidmox users, or not users, I would say the audience or viewers, and we have to handle all of that at the same time. That's why we cannot follow a very small like plan. We must have to add on very scalable architecture, and that's why we're using here an event-driven architecture, because this is the most scalable way for handling this type of things. I hope you understand it, what is called event-driven architecture. Regarding masses broker, it's just like let's say tools or framework, we can say we're going to use this one. Nets Jetstream. It's very famous. Uh, I think it's a product of, I really forgot it. I think JetBrains or something. You probably heard about JetBrains. Uh, I think it's a framework in Java or something. I forgot it. But yeah, something like that. Or it's probably a company. So Jetstream, it's very famous. Nets Jetstream. So it's just like a masses broker. There is like PubSub model and Nets Jetstream. So how Nets Jetstream work? And by the way, Kafka, you probably heard about Kafka. Yeah, Kafka is also a masses broker. RabbitMQ, that's also a masses broker. BoolMQ, same masses broker. So there are so many options. There are plenty of options for masses broker frameworks or tools. But which one you should use? It completely depends based on your application. Now for Vidmox, if we use Kafka, that's going to be a little bit heavier because Kafka takes a lot of space. Now what are the difference between Kafka and Jetstream? Definitely there are so many different things. But Kafka is mainly for highly scalable applications or where we need like multiple consumer, multiple options. But Nets Jetstream, the best thing about this is that it's very lightweight. It can work within a very like simple machine as well. But on the other hand, Kafka is very heavy. That's why like you should not use Kafka for a simple or a small thing. And like for the MVP version, you never should use Kafka again because it's a little bit complicated and it's going to take a lot of your computing power. And definitely you do not have a lot of money at the first time to spend for your infrastructure. And that's why NetJS shines here. Same like the RabbitMQ, that's also good, but I personally like NetJS a lot. That's why I'm going to use this and you're going to also using it. And I believe after watching or after using NetJS for a long time, you'll also fall in love with it. Yeah, so let's start to set up everything. Now here, after this, let's add our analytics module, then service and controller, like as always we're doing. So controller and service. Yeah, so service, controller, and module. Perfect. We also need another one, and that is our net service, the Nets Jetstream service. Exactly. And in DTO, it's going to have our analytics DTO. So analytics DTO, like on validation layer, like a farm validation, we can say. It's kind of something like that. You already know about DTO because we're already using it for a long time. And the DTO, it's going to be a little bit bigger. At first, we need an enum, something like this, that player event type. So we're basically collecting, or not collecting, yeah, we are collecting all of these events from our video player, like the play, pause, heartbeat, seek, and ended. Very, very important for like calculating the watch time accurately because it's not easy thing. It's definitely not an easy task to calculate the video watch time because it can happen that the viewers who are watching the video, they're giving on reload or they're like, let's say skipping 10 seconds, pausing the video, suddenly going to like another part of the video. So it's very hard for us to track all of like our video watch time if you're not collecting informations about the play, pause, heartbeat, seek, and ended, and like all of these events. That's why we're like collecting all of these informations. Yeah. Now let's add our analytics event DTO class. So first of all, our is enum. Let's import from class validator player event type. The event type is going to be this player event type. Now we need to check the current time, like when the event is coming, which time it's coming from the video player, not this time. Definitely it's about the video time. Then previous time, when previously another like event came to our event consumer, So that's the previous time we're doing it, so that we can compare the time gap in between. That token, very, very important. This is for our like analytics security. Our analytics is not like anyone can send request. No, it's still token verified, so that like no one can do spamming with this. Geo means the locations of the request, like from which location the request is coming, and is unique is the request is coming from a unique IP or not. That's it. So this is our analytics DTO. It's ready. Now let's set up our nets. And for setting up nets, let's come back to our docker compose.yml file again. From here, we have to set up nets. So we can say nets image is going to be nets 2.10 and alpine. Yeah, this image we're going to use. Now the container name, we can say Vidmox nets or your project and nets. Ports 4223, 4222, 8223, and 8222. Yeah, that's it. After this comment, just something like this, JS and restart. Restart, yeah. Unless stopped, yeah. And in volumes, Redis data, it's fine. I think that's it. We don't need anything else. Yeah, we can save it. And we can write npm run docker or docker compose up g, something like this. Invalid configurations, container port 8222. The port is, no, it's correct. Oh, there is a space, sorry. Okay, the container is running. Let me show you. You can see Nets is actually working in here. For you, for the first time, definitely it will not work. Where it's like this, it will like install it and run the NetJS stream. Yeah, that's it. Since our NetJS stream is ready, let's set it up in here. So let's come back in our net service and injectable export class net service implements one module init and one module destroy. Now private nc means nets connection, connection. I think we have to install the library. Yeah, so we have to install a new library called nets. All right, it's installing. I don't know why it's taking a little bit long time. However, let's import all of this from nets, like connect, nets connection, jetstream client, and acknowledge policy or ACK policy. Yeah. Now private JS means actually the jetstream client, private read only logger, the new logger, the net service dot name. Yeah. Now constructor private config, which is going to call the config service. Now async on module init, Inside this, let's add on try catch statement and the nets URL is going to be like this. This.config.get nets URL, and like by default the value is going to be this one. If there is no like env value, this.nc await connect servers this nets URL. So we're connecting nets JStream. After this, we have to just set up the stream in here. So setup stream is setup stream. We have to create another module for this. Okay, we will do it. Private async setup stream constant JSM await this.nc.jetstream manager const stream name, and we can say Vidmox playback events as our stream name. So this is on stream, and we're giving name to our stream to this Vidmox playback events. Yeah, you can think like a table inside your database. Inside our message broker, we call it stream. Okay, so yeah, we will basically send request to this stream name. Now here we can say await jsm.streams.info and pass the stream name. If it's catch any error, then await jsm.streams.add name is the stream name, and subjects, the subjects for the stream, which is going to be something like this, that vidmox dot analytics dot playback, and yeah, something like this. Yep. Now at the end we can add this, that this.logger.log stream name created, the stream created. After this, we can ensure that the durable pool consumer exists, like the consumer exists or not. So we can say await JSM consumers info stream name analytics. Now what is the consumers? Consumers is basically the part which accept the request. Okay, and there is also like publisher, yeah, producer, not publisher. Basically publisher and producer is same thing. So producer is basically that part which part is sending the request. For an example, front end we can say, but definitely front end is not going to like send request to here. Our internal Vidmox API is going to send request to here. So that part will be producer, and which part is accepting it, that part is called consumer. Okay, I hope you're understanding it. It's as simple as it is. Yeah. Now if it's catch any error in here, we can say await jsm.consumers.add. we can pass the stream name, the durable name, we can say Vidmox analytics and worker, acknowledge policy dot explicit. So acknowledge meanings when on message, our message broker is saying, yeah, we acknowledged the message, we received the message, we're confirming it. Okay, otherwise it will stay in the like memory for a certain time, that yeah, the message is not acknowledged yet. It can happen that somehow your server got crashed, then those messages will be in the consumer but not acknowledged. Okay, so that like you can replay that later when the server is coming back, or even like for any missed like message, it can happen, it can again reply back that. And that's why message broker is famous. So now here we can say this.logger.log. if it's catch any error, we can just console log, or we can just do and log that durable pool consumer Vidmox analytics breaker created. Is this an error? Yeah. Okay. Fine. Try catch. because the modern JS consumer .get requires a pool consumer, no delivery group or delivery subject. Okay, fine. We don't need to worry about it a lot. Let's come back here and just call our that get jetstream client, jetstream client, and return this.js. Yep. And here async on module destroy, we can say if this dot nc await this dot nc dot close. Yeah, we can save it, and that's it. Our net service is actually ready. It's not small or also not so big, because consumer is definitely going to be bigger than this setting up net service. Now let's come back to our analytics module. Let's set up the module. So module decorator, let's import our JWT module, because we need like the secrets in here. So we can do something like this. It's giving us error because we have to export our analytics module and JWT module. Let's import it. We need the config module, the config service. We need secret key for analytics. So let's come back here. Open SSL random hexadecimal 32, and I'm just pasting it in my .env file. I'm doing it on another screen. Actually analytics JWT secret is already in here. Okay, fine then, no problem. We can save it. After this, we can add the controllers. Sorry, I'm in here. No, wait. Here we need to add the controllers. For controllers, it's going to be empty now. Providers, SAM empty. Exports, for now empty. Just in providers, let's add the nets provider. Sorry, net service, not provider. Yep. Now we need our analytics service and analytics worker service. Actually, so many things we have to do. First, let's start to work in the consumer, because that's the main thing. An analytics service is nothing. It's just going to like forward the request. Okay, it's not going to be big, but yeah, there are some like let's say there are some modules or some service file which we have to create for like our dashboard, like fetching the analytics and everything and this kind of things. But for handling the event, it's just going to forward the request. It's just going to publish the request to our analytics consumer. So the main work is in the analytics consumer. So in this consumer, let's create our analytics consumer.ts file. All right, so let's add here injectable decorator at first, and we can say export class analytics worker service, because this is basically our worker service, which is going to implement on module init. And here we can add our private SC, which is basically JSON codec from Nets. We need our private aggregation map, so we can say aggregation map. We can create here a new map like string, and we need to create a type for aggregated data, like the main aggregated interface. So let's copy this, let's create here. So we can say interface, something like this, and we're gonna receive the total views, which is going to be number. So like the total views in like that time, like in 30 seconds. Then unique views count, which is going to be number. Minutes streamed, which is going to be number as well. geos, not goes. Geos meanings like the location. So this is going to be set of string. Yeah. Same for geo views, which is going to be another map, and string. S is not going to be capital actually. String and number. Then finally devices, like which devices, which is going to be string like this. Yeah, that's it. Now come back here. After this, let's add private last heartbeat time. So last heartbeat time, we can say new map string number and empty, like the by default value. Private session view counted, we can say new set string, and here we go. Now private read only logger for the logger. So logger, we can say new logger from NestJS common, and we can pass the analytics worker service dot name. That's it. Let's add our constructor in here. We can say private read only net service, and we have to import our net service from / net service. After this, we have to use our inject decorator, because let's add our result db in here. We can give a name like private read only and db, and for the type we can say it's any. Let's add our Redis client. Let's inject the Redis client. Sorry, inject. We can say private read only and Redis from iRedis. Yeah, that's it. Now here we can add async on module init. Inside this, let's add a set timeout function. So set timeout, and we can say timeout is going to be 5,000. It's like we're doing a delay slightly to ensure that Nets connection and streams setup are ready. That's it. We can say this dot consume events. We can call it, and we don't need the second bracket actually, and then this comma anymore. So this dot consume events on module init. It's from NestJS nest/common. All good. What's wrong in here then? All right, we'll check it later. No problem. Let's create here our private async. Oh, sorry, I forgot to create the private module. That's why. Consume events. Now inside here we can say const.js this dot net service dot get stream client. If there is no JS, then this dot logger dot error jetstream client not available. Yeah, I did a wrong spelling. Available, I think now correct spelling. Yeah, I think it should be. Okay, now we can return it if there is no JS then. Otherwise, here, let's add on try catch statement and const consumer. We can call our js.consumers.get, and we can add our consumer name, that Vidmox playback events and Vidmox analytics worker. Yeah. Now we need the messages. So const messages await consumer.consume. So this will return as the messages. We can say this dot logger dot log that worker listening for playback events using our modern pool consumer API or something like this. Okay, you can write anything in here. It's just like to ensure that, yeah, it's working. Now here we can create an async callback function like this. We can add a trackage statement again inside this, and we can say we can write a for loop for await const m of messages. Since the messages is an array, it's going to be actually off, not or. Yeah, and inside this we have to add another try catch. We can say const data. No, it's not any promise, so we don't need to add the await. So we can say this dot sc dot decode. We can decode the m dot data. Let's add on type in here. This dot process event, which we have to create, where we'll pass like this data, and then we have to acknowledge the message. Yeah, so we can say m dot acknowledge or sck. If it's catch any error, then we can just log the error in here. So it's actually going to be error. Yep. If it's catch any error in here, we can again log it like this, that message iterator error, and we have to add here and set timeout, something like this, that on these set consume events with this 10,000 like seconds. Yeah, and finally we have to call it. So to call it, I think I did some mistake somewhere. This is the try catch statement. Yeah, and yeah, I see it. So we have to add on first bracket there and here one, and then finally we can call it like this. Yeah, now it makes sense. Now if it's catch any error in here, let's make it e, and this is like the message that failed to get or consume from jetstream consumer. If this a push consumers like an error message, after this, why it's giving error, very normal, we have to make this process event. So let's make this private module, private process event. It's going to receive the data. We can say any for now for the type, and it's going to basically receive few things from the data, such as video ID, session ID, event, current time, IP, the user agent, geolocation, is this unique view or not, so is unique, and timestamp. Yeah, all of this from data. Now after this, we need to check our current server time. So current server time, we can say new date. We can pass the timestamp and dot get time. Yeah, after this we can say if the aggregator aggregation map dot has, if the video ID doesn't have inside it, then we can aggregate map, we can set this video ID with this total views. Actually it's going to be dot, not comma. Yeah, total views, which is going to be 0, unique views count, which is going to be 0, minutes streamed, same 0, geos, new set array. Yeah, geo views, same, new map, and devices, new set. Yeah, that's it. Now what is this? It means that if the video ID is not exist inside our map, why we're actually adding this map in here? Because it can happen that like we're mistakenly adding on event for multiple time inside our database, and it's a very common issue inside like any event driven architecture. It's known as idempotent problem. Okay, like one thing we're adding for multiple time inside our database. So to solve the problem, we are like storing everything inside this map so that we can filter out that is the request already inside our like this array, If it's, then we'll not add that. If it's completely empty, then we are basically setting up the by default value like 0, like for the total views and for everything. Yeah. Now, after this, we can say const as means aggregator, this dot aggregation map dot get video ID. Now we have to check the current time, like view counting. We have to connect it, count it only for, like for on session ID, it's going to be 1. Now current time, if it's like, I think I did opposite. I think like this. No. Less equals to, so how to write it? Less equals to, I really forgot it. So something like this. Yeah, I think. Yeah. So this and equals to. If it's 3, less than 3 current time, and this dot session views count has this not video ID, actually session ID, since we're adding session, then this dot session view counted dot add the session ID. We're like immediately marking it to prevent the race conditions, which I was explaining, like the event, the idempotent problem, which is also known as a race condition. We can add the total views. We can add like +1. We can increment. If unique, I mean is unique, not unique, is unique, then aggregate dot unique views count, just increment it. Yeah. Now here we can say if geo, like the geo, add dot geos, aggregator dot geos dot add, we can add the geo in here, and geo views dot set geo, we can add the geo views dot get. Since it's an array, we can say something like this, and +1. Let me see. So geo views dot set geo and geo views dot get geo 0 and +1. So what's wrong in here? Argument of type number is not assignable, a parameter null. Geo views is actually not null, it should be number. Yeah, fine. Now after this geo view, let's come back outside, and second work is we have to calculate the watch time. So for the watch time calculation, we have to check the last server time. We can check it through our last heartbeat time with the session ID. Yeah. Now we can call our should clean up, like we should clean up the event. So if the event equals to pause or event equals to seek or event equals to end date, then it means should clean up. So if our last server time is not undefined, then const gap seconds current server time minus last server time divide by 1000. 1000, not 100. Don't do this mistake. So this is basically the gap seconds. Now we have to check, like the heartbeat interval is actually 15 seconds. Like after every 15 seconds, there is a heartbeat happening inside our video player, like on the client side. Okay, it's just for tracking like the video watch time and everything. So we can say if the gap seconds is more than 0 and gap seconds is sorry, I think something like this. Yeah, not less equals to 20, then we can add the minutes trimmed with this gap seconds. Yeah. Now if the should clean up is true, then this dot last heartbeat time dot delete, we have to delete the session ID from here. Else if the gap seconds is more than 0 and gap seconds is less equals to 20, then this dot last heartbeat time dot set the session ID with this current server time. Yeah. Else if the gap seconds is more than 20, then if the gap is actually too large, it means it's a new activity burst. Then we have to reset the tracker. So we can say this dot last heartbeat time dot set session ID and the current server time. Yeah. That's it. Now here, else if the should cleanup is false and event equals to play or event equals to heart beat, then we have to initialize the tracker for new session or reactivation. So we can say this dot last heartbeat time dot set session ID and current server time. Yeah. If the user agent has like the device, if the user agent is available, then aggregation.devices.add, we have to add the user agent dot substring, then 0 to 100, like the first characters. Yeah. If the geo is available, then aggregation.geos.add the geo. Yeah. Now after this, we have to make an interval. So we can say interval because we are planning to run it after every 30,000 actually milliseconds. Now, what is this interval? It's actually work like a set timeout, kind of like that. You can see interval we imported from NestJS schedule. So after every 30 seconds, we will like flash it to DB. Why we will flash it to DB after every 30 seconds? Because otherwise there are a lot of things, and if we're doing it like every time, then definitely it's going to give a lot of pressure on our database. And after every 30 seconds, we're going to do a batch update to our database. We're going to update our database with these all new events, not every single time, because then it will definitely crash the database. So that's why we are updating or flashing to our DB after every 30 seconds. Now we can say if this dot aggregation dot map dot size equals to 0, then return. Now const current map, we can say new map, we can pass this dot aggregation map, we can say this dot aggregation map dot clear. Now if this dot session view counted dot size is more than 5,000, sorry, actually 50,000, then this dot session view counted dot clear and this dot last heartbeat time dot clear, and we have to call it. Now let's add here another try catch statement, and we need our user based on the geolocation. So we can say geo by user, it's another map. Let's add here another for loop. We can say for const the video ID and data of the current map, and we can say await this dot db dot insert. We can insert the video analytics schema. Now video analytics schema is not available yet. We will do it right now. We will create our this video analytics schema. So let's go back to our drizzle, not drizzle, database and schema.ts, and let's create this schema one by one. So we actually need to create here multiple database schema right now, multiple table. For an example, this one, like the platform analytics, secondly the video analytics, and after this we need our video daily analytics. Very important. This is for analytics again, and you can just like pause it and write it by yourself. It's just like the fields of the tables like ID, user ID, total request, and this is the video analytics like minute stream, total views, unique views, the geo, the device, and this is the daily analytics like the charts. For charts we actually need this, however we have to import it from PZ core. Yeah, it's fine. That's it. And views from last 28 days. This is how it will look like. We also need some more table, like another one like geo analytics, something like this, a little bit different. Yeah. Then finally the last one, which is important and mandatory, that is our payment invoices. So let's create it right now so that we don't need to again come back here and create it. Still we have to create another like table for our video player customizations, which we'll do later, but for now you can see this is the payment invoices. So just pause the video and write it by yourself. I'm slowly scrolling it so that you can write it by yourself. That's it. Let me save and let's clear everything, and let's write this at npm run db generate and npm run db push. Here you go. It's saying you're about to delete Stripe customer ID column in plant table with 1 items. Just a minute. Plant table. Okay, it's very important. Let me see the plant table. There is something wrong in here, guys. We have to add here our Stripe customer ID, subscription ID, and price ID. Very important. This is important for like our subscriptions for our platform. So let's delete, let's stop, abort it, let's generate again, and now hit push. It should not give any error at this time. Yeah, at this moment it should not give error. Perfect. Now we can import our video analytics. Here you go. It's done. After this, we have to store our video analytics. We can say video underscore ID, which is going to be the video ID, the total views, which is going to be data dot total views, unique views, minutes streamed, and all of these fields one by one like this. Unique views, minutes streamed, average view duration, which is going to be data minute stream divided by total views, the average view duration. Geo is going to be like array from this data.geos, device same. Yeah. Now one conflict do update. Here we can target the video analytics dot video ID, and we can set. So for like when there is already value for this, then we're going to update it. So we can, that's why we're saying on conflict to update. For the total views, it's going to be something like this. Let's import SQL from Drizzle ORM. So video analytics dot total views plus our data dot total views. Yeah. And unique views, it's going to be same like video analytics dot unique views and data dot unique views count. Yeah, we need minutes trimmed. We have to update something like this. Then we have to update our average view duration. This is going to be a little bit bigger. We're basically writing here some SQL code. So we're saying when the video analytics total views, then we're adding plus with this data total views. If it's more than 0, then we're like basically adding our video analytics minute stream, meaning the already value, and we're incrementing it with this data.minute streamed. Yeah, and we're dividing it with our video analytics dot total views because we are basically making the average view duration in here. That's why. So it's just a mathematical operation. You can just see it, and I believe you will understand it easily. It's not any complicated math. It's like the common math for making the average view duration. Now we need to store here our geo, like the all location based things. You can see something like this. So it's basically the raw SQL code, which makes us like doing our work very easy. So that's why we're using here raw SQL. Same for the device. And the last one, which is a simple one, and that is updated it, which is just a new date. Yeah. Now we have to update our like uses, right? The uses table. So we can say this dot db dot select user ID with this video metadata dot user ID where it's matching, then from video metadata where our video metadata dot ID is matching with our video ID. Simple. And limit it to 1. Now we need our user ID, so we can easily take it out from here. Video and user ID. Let's add an optional chain. Even though user ID is definitely going to be there, it's just like if not available, then it will not throw an error. So if no user, if there is an user ID, then we have our delta seconds where you can say math dot round the data dot minute streamed. Now we can say this dot db dot update our uses table and set, so uses table from our schema, and set the minute streamed. And let's write here again on SQL, little SQL line like this, that uses minute streamed and plus the delta seconds. Yep. And update it at new date where our user ID is matching, the user's user ID is matching with the logged in user ID. Now we also have to update our Redis key, very, very important. So we can say uses Redis key from our config. If it's exists, this Redis key, then we have to update our minute streamed from the Redis, so that like our guard can, our guard will have the updated data then. Now LRU key, we also have to update the LRU key, the LRU cache, not key. So we can import uses cache from our upload guard, but it's not in there. Let's do one thing. Let's go back to our guards, upload guard, and add here export, same in here. Yeah. So uses cache, and we can save it. After this, a lot of work we're doing. You can see already 238 lines of code, because as I said earlier, this file is going to be a little bit bigger, which is very natural. If the data geo_views.size is more than 0, then const users by users dot get, we can get it with our user ID, a new map. We can say string and number. Yeah, let's add here another for loop for our country and views from the data dot geo views, and user geo dot set the country, user geo dot get country or 0, then plus the views. Yeah, else here get by user dot set the user ID with the user geo. Now still we have to write, actually not small, still we have to write another, like let's say some few things still left. Yeah, we still have to write probably some like more 50 lines of code. No worries, we're like 80% done. Now after this, let's come outside from here and we can say const today, which is like we're making a new date to an IOC string, and we're splitting the t from the IOC string, and we're just adding the first index from the today date. Now we have to use our drizzle ORM again for daily analytics, because we need to add the daily analytics. It's a little bit complicated, but let's do it. Existing daily. So await this dot db dot select. We can say from our video daily analytics. Yeah, where our video daily analytics video ID is matching with our video ID, and limit is 1. We cannot close it like that. Yep. Then if existing daily dot length is more than 0, then we need our views data, something like this. We'll get our views data and our dates index. Sorry. Yeah. So this is the views data. We can get it from the existing daily to the last 28 days views, and this is the date index. Now, if date index is not equals to -1, then views data and date index dot views, just add the total views with the like that date, because we're basically adding views here based on a date. Like let's say today is 4 June, so there let's say 10 views, so we are adding 10 views for that date. If there is like another views, let's say for tomorrow, then we will add that in 5 June. That's how it's working. We need to keep it only the last 28 days. It's very, very important. We cannot keep it forever. So you can say updated views data, our views data dot slice the -28. Yeah. Now await this dot db dot update our video daily analytics, and dot set our views last 28 days updated views data, and updated add. It's going to be new date. Yeah, where our video analytics, video daily analytics and video ID is matching with the video ID. We're updating it. Otherwise, else we can say await this dot db dot insert the video daily analytics. Yeah, inside our video daily analytics, we have to add the values. Video ID is going to be video ID views last 28 days. It's basically going to be like an array because we're adding the date, which is going to be today, and views is data.total total views. Updated at, which is the new date. And yeah, that's it. Now we have to write another for loop for our geo counts, like for the country based tracking right now. Yeah, it's getting a little bit complicated, but this is the last thing, I guess. I think so. Yeah, this is the last one. So now we can say for const user ID and geo counts of geo by user and const existing awareness.tb.select geoanalytics.geo, and from our geoanalytics where the geoanalytics.user underscore ID is matching with the logged in user ID. Yeah, and we can limit it with on, and let's remove this. Now we have to merge it, so you can say merged, and let's add here a map for this with string and number. Const existing geo, we can say existing geo as country, which is going to be string, views, which is going to be number, an array, or otherwise empty array. Yeah. Now for const row of existing geo, we can say if no row dot country, then continue, otherwise merged dot state row dot country and merged dot gate row dot country or 0 plus our row dot views. Yeah, and otherwise like by default 0 you can say as a fallback. Yeah, we need to write another for loop for our country views from the geo counts. Yeah, something like this. Then we need to merge the geo address, or like the geo, like the country and views together, something like this. Yeah, I'm getting exhausted. Okay, fine. Now after this, we need to write another logic. This is the last logic, I hope so. Yeah, it should be the last one. We can say existing dot length. If it's more than 0, then we have to update our database, the geoanalytics table, with this new merged geo, with the updated like the new date, and where the geoanalytics user ID is matching with the logged in user ID. Else we can add this, we can like create our new geoanalytics for the new that user ID. If it's not available, it's completely empty. Then if it's catch any error, then we can just do unlock that data was flushed failed, and we're going to like restoring the counters. Yeah, we'll again store it inside our message broker memory. That's it. This was the file. I know it is not small. A lot of things we did here. That's why it looks a bit bigger. Because you can notice that we have like new 4 tables. Here it's not only about the player like internal analytics, it's also about like the country based analytics, watch time tracking, and so many things at the same time we're doing here. But this is the biggest largest file. Now our backend is ready, so we can come back to our analytics service and controller. It's not going to be much bigger like this one, but still, yeah, it's going to be a little bit bigger, but not definitely like the consumer on, and this is going to be easier definitely. So yeah, let's start to work inside the service first. So we can add here injectable decorator from nest common and export class analytics service. We can add here our JSON codec from Nets. Then let's add here a constructor, something like this. As always, we're doing the same thing. And result DB, let's inject. This is where our database access. Yeah. Now let's create a first module. Let's say handle event. It's going to receive our analytics event DTO. It's also going to receive the IP, which is string, and the user agent, which is string as well. Now we can select payload and give it type to any. Now let's add here a try catch statement. This is basically the like our public facing endpoint. It will do nothing. It will just, this API will just forward the request to our like for ourselves, for our this project. This is working like the consumer for the message broker. It's just going to like sorry, not consumer, producer. It's just going to produce the message to our message broker. So that's why we're saying this .jwt service.verifying. At first, you have to verify the token, that is this valid or not, the request. So we can easily validate that with this secret, this .config .get or true. With the analytics JWT secret, if it's catch any error, then we can throw the message that invalid access token, like the analytics tokens are not valid. Yeah. If the payload purpose is not playback analytics, then it's actually wrong. Then we have to check the IP. So we can say hashed IP. We can make an hash. So crypto, we have to import crypto from crypto. Yeah. After hashed IP, let's make our event data. Let's spread the DTO. The video ID, which is going to be payload.video ID, something like this. Session ID, the payload.session ID, the video tracking ID, which is going to be payload.video tracking ID. Yeah. IP, which is going to be the hashed IP, geo, which is going to be dto.geo, or let's add a default value since it's optional. So, or we can say global. The user agent, this is also optional. So user agents are unknown. Is unique, very, very important. So dto.is unique or by default false. Timestamps, like the new date to an ISO string, since our like we should store it as an ISO string, and our like table expect it to be an ISO string. Yeah, now so many things we have done. It's basically the event data which we need to pass to our message broker. Now this is our getStream client, the jetstream client in here, and we're going to publish the message right now. So it's very simple like this. We're publishing the message to our analytics playback with this payload and video ID, and we're passing encoding it the event data. Yeah, and then we are going to return success true. That's it. It's actually ready. Now we need some other services, other modules, which we'll do later, because this is enough for actually calculating or collecting the analytics data. Okay, for now it's good enough. Now let's come back in controller, and in controller let's add our controller decorator from NestJS common, and name where we can write it analytics. Now let's create our analytics controller class for the constructor. Let's add our analytics service. Then the simple one, our events, we have to send a post request. This is going to be a post endpoint. We're going to use in here our Clark auth guard, so that like any unauthorized like request, they cannot pass this guard layer. You must have to be our user to send request to here. Even though no like individual users are definitely not going to send request to here event, our video player SDK, the Vidmox video player SDK itself is going to request in this API. But still, for the security reason, we're verifying it with the auth guard. Yeah, controller is ready. Now inside our module, let's add all of this. So here in the controller, let's add our analytics controller. In service, we can say analytics service, net service, and our analytics actually worker controller. So I would say analytics worker service, not controller, sorry. And we have to export our analytics service. Yeah, that's it. We can come back here. No error. I think we have to add the analytics module inside our app module. Yeah. So let's add our analytics module. We can save it. Yeah, here you go. Everything is working. No issue at all. Yep, everything seems fine to me. Now we have to go back to our Frontend SDK player again, because right now the next work is inside there. Yeah, so let's start to do it. Let's come back here and let's start to work in here. All right, inside here, inside our Vidmox player, React index.tsx, inside this use effect, let's start to do our work right now. So let's come back here and we can say unique eligible.current. Let's make it false at first. Then unique blocked.current, let's make it false as well. If there is no video tracking ID, then we have to return the function. And otherwise, let's add a try catch statement. So try catch. Inside try, we can say we can add our lock key. Like we can do on lock if there is something wrong. Sorry, no await. Let's add here on key name. So we can say view lock prefix and the video tracking ID. This is going to be the lock key, and we need our last view raw, which we will get from our like local storage. So local storage.get item with the lock key. If the last view raw is not available, then unique eligible.current is true. So basically our unique view is depends on the local storage of the like viewers. Yeah. Now after this, we can add our last view, like the last view raw. We can make it a number. Now if the last view is not infinity, then local storage.remove item, the lock key, and unique eligible.current makes it true. Yeah. Now we need the age in millisecond. So we can say date.now minus the last view, and if the age milliseconds is more equals to, then the unique view TTL milliseconds, then local storage.remove item. Basically it's the TTL. If it's more than that, then local storage.remove item, the lock key, and make the unique eligible current is true. Yeah. Now if it's catch anything, we can make our unique eligible.current false. In the dependency area, we can add the video tracking ID. Yeah. Now after this, we have to add another huge array for our last heartbeat time. Now we need to make an helper function called send analytics event. This is basically for sending the event. The event type is going to be something like this. It can be play or pause, actually, or means pipe, since this is a type, then heartbeat, or sick, or end date. Yeah, these are the event type. Now current time, which is going to be number. Now let's call the function. This is a callback function. If there is no analytics token in the video data, then return the function. Otherwise, we have to again add a try catch statement in here, and this time we're going to send request to our API again, because we have to send the event to our API. So we're going to use again our /API/Vidmox /player, our basically the proxy layer for forwarding the request to our backend. And we're gonna pass the event. The kind is event right now, and method it's going to be post, and headers it's going to be the content type is going to be application JSON, and it's just going to accept the application JSON. Then we have to pass the body for the API request, and we can pass here JSON stringify the event, current time, the token of the request, the geo, the is unique if it's unique or not, and that's it. That's what we can send to our API. Now after this, if the unique eligible.current and our unique logged.current is not true, and the current time is less equals to 3, yeah, then unique logged.current equals to true. Here we can add another try catch statement. We can set our new log key, and if it's catch any error, then we can keep it empty for now. Inside here, if it's catch any error, we can console log the error that failed to send analytics event with the error message. Now here we can add our use effect hook. We can create another use effect hook, and we can create another async function. We can say init country. So this is basically for getting back the user current location, the current country. And we're gonna use here on utility function, on helper function, for getting the user country. So get user country, this is going to be a different function, and we will pass the country value inside here. Yeah, so how to get the country? And before that, let me call the init country from here. Let's copy this name. Let's come back to our utils, and let's create a new file by giving name get user country. Or let's do one thing, we can also come back inside here, and we could actually create it in here as well. I think we should do it here. That's the best option. Yeah, so let's add here a late variable for our country, the cached country, because we're going to use here caching mechanism for sure to save API request, because end of the day we actually need to send an API request to get exact country. And this is the code what we need to write. Let me show you one by one. This is basically a helper function. So cached country, string or null. By default it's going to be null. This is the storage key, the VMX user country. The TTL MS is 7 days. We're storing it for 7 days. This is the main function. If there is cached country, we're returning it. If there is not cached country, then we are checking the type of window. If it's not undefined, then we're like checking the storage key, and we are basically sending request to IP API for getting the user IP with the IP. Yeah, and that's it. And then after that, we're storing it into local storage, and then we're returning the cached country from here. Now we can import it in here. We can save it. And after this fetch videos, it's fine. We don't need to do anything in here. Here also. And I think all good except here in the media player, because we have to add here right now a lot of things. First of all, for the one play, we right now have our current time, which is going to be player dot current time or 0, and set send analytics event. This is basically on play event. So play, and we can pass the current time, and list heartbeat time dot current, we can pass the current time. Now we need on pause event. So when there is on pause the video player, it's going to basically send a request to, it's going to forward the pause event to the send analytics event. After this one ended and on seeked sem, we are basically sending the we're forwarding the event to our function. One time update, this is very, very important. So one time update, it's also going to receive event. We can say current time, which is going to be event dot current time. And if the current time is, let's minus the last heartbeat time dot current. If it's less equals to 15, then we can again call send analytics event, and this is for the heartbeat, and we can pass the current time. And last heartbeat time dot current, and we can pass the current time again in here. We can save it. On provider change, I think everything is fine in here. It should be fine. Yeah, that's it. It's actually ready. I think everything is okay. It should work. Yeah, now what we have to do, everything is definitely not fully done yet. We have to come back to our services and handle process request, because we have to right now send or process the request for our event, because previously we did for getting the playlist. So you can see if the kind is event, then it's empty. So we have to write code inside this now. So if the kind is event, first we're gonna get the payload. So await request and analytics event payload. We have to make this type in here. So let's do it. We can say type or interface, anything. Event, which is going to be same as always, and current time token geo, and last one is unique. Yeah, that's it. Now here we're getting the payload. After payload, we can say if the payload token is not available, or the payload dot event is not available, or the type of payload dot current time is not number, then we can return response dot JSON. We can say error, the error message, error token event and current time are required, and we can add the status code, which is going to be 400. Yeah, then we need our user agent and X forwarded for, so like the user agents which we're gonna get from the headers, the request headers. Now we have to forward this request to our main API, which is something like this. That base URL, analytics, and event. We're passing it to our analytics endpoint now with all of these payloads and the auth headers and the user agents and X forwarded for. Then we will get the response from our API, and we can just await that, and we can send the response, like we can return the response back. That's it. And that's it. We have to do nothing more. It's ready. We can right now come back here. There's something wrong. It's saying fail to get or consume or JStream consumer. If this is a publish consumer not supported, please delete or delete the existing consumer or use a different durable name. All right. It's saying the consumer not found. No worries. Let's restart and we will see it. I know why it's happening, because it's actually like conflicting with another one which is already available here. So let's come back here first. Open a new terminal. Go to our SDK and Vidmox player and npm run build. Yeah, and here we can say npm run start dev. Yeah, now let's come back here and go to test. So it should work. 1 minute. I think there's something wrong. Just a minute. First of all, in our server side, let's delete the console log. We don't need that at all. So modules, a player service, and this console log, let's delete it. And the error, let me see the error again. Okay, it will appear very soon, no worries. Yeah, so consumer not found. All right, I found the reason behind the error. It was actually a mistake. What we have done, it's basically like mistake of writing, we can say. It's like a syntax mistake. First of all, let's come back in this analytics consumer.ts, in this consumer folder, inside this analytics folder, in our analytics modules. Here you can say Vidmox playback events, fine, but Vidmox analytics, this analytics spelling is wrong. Analytics should be something like this, analytics, not analytics. So analytics, it's going to be something like this. Make sure that you are adding here some spelling like this, analytics. And second mistake is substring. Yeah, here. So user agent dot substring is cannot be capital. So after saving it, you can see no error anymore. And you will notice on green message that yeah, worker listening for playback events using modern pool consumer API. It means it's actually working right now. If you right now come back to here and go to test, you'll see that it's right now actually updating our database. How to see? No worries. If we come back to our database, actually it's already in here. So just a minute, let me mute this first. And from here, if we come back here in video analytics, you will notice that the total views is definitely going to be changed. However, there is already some data in here. If I pause it and come back here, still it's showing 16. Okay, but it should be changed. Yeah, 17. You can see it's 17 and it's actually dynamic. It's working right now. Now you might be thinking we're just playing it for one time, then how it became 17? Yeah, we're playing it for one time, but in the same database, I'm also testing it for a long time. So that's why those values are still in the database. That's why it's showing 17, but for you, it will show 1. And like the average view duration and everything will be inside there. For me, you can see it's like database has actually multiple value. The video metadata, even the daily analytics, the video analytics, platform analytics, so many things inside here. So a lot of things, pending uploads, payment invoices, and geoanalytics and everything. Geoanalytics is this one, like the views is 17, from this one country, which is Malaysia, because at this moment I'm in Malaysia. That's why it's showing MY, but it's fine. Let's make these things dynamic, then we can easily check it out. I mean, we can find it out that, yeah, is everything is working or not. Yeah. So to make our analytics dynamic, we have to make some APIs for it. It's already dynamic. We just have to fetch those data. So we can actually close our player service. No player service. Actually, player service we don't need. We need our analytics service. So let's come back to our analytics service, and we don't need that player analytics module, app module, or anything. So here, after the handle event, let's collapse it. Let's come back outside from here, and inside this, inside our analytics service, after this, we can add some actually helper function like these two. First one is for our parse the range days, like if the range is 70, it means 7. If it's 14, it means 14 days, and by default we're returning it 3. Is o day ago, so ISO day ago it means we are basically making it an ISO hours. After this, here we need to make our first module, which is get analytics. So get analytics, we're gonna pass here user ID, which is going to be string, and const ujays row await this dot db dot select. We can select the minute streamed limit, storage uses, and storage uses limit. So let's import uses from our schema, our database / schema. So this is our ujays row, and let's say from uses, and where the ujays user ID is matching with our logged in user ID. Yeah, and we can limit it with 1. After this, we can take back our minutes streamed in seconds and minute streams limits in minutes, because we're storing the streamed limit minutes in minutes and the streaming minutes in seconds. Yeah. Now we need actually to write here on complicated query. This is for our video analytics. So since video analytics has actually multiple things which you need, like the video analytics video ID, and we need a total request, like how many requests our user are sending request, how many times. So it's basically the total views, and which is inside our video analytics, and that's what we're doing in here. We're basically doing on sum. You can see we're using here sum operator, and we're doing sum with the analytics total views, like all the total views. Then it will be our total request. Total request means this one. Let me again show you this total request. Now daily rows, this is like the daily views. So select, we can say views last 28 days, and video daily analytics dot view last 28 days. DB we have to import, no worries, last 28 days. Then from our video metadata, and left join the video daily analytics equals to our video metadata dot id, dot user underscore id, and the user id. Oh, something's wrong. Let me see. Video metadata user id and not user id actually. Sorry, it's video metadata dot id, not user id. and video daily analytics dot video ID. Yeah, looks a bit weird though. Actually I forgot to add the const in here. Const daily rows. Wait, am I outside? I think that's why the errors are coming. So yeah, now it makes sense. Here after left join, where the video metadata dot user ID is matching with our user ID, we need to fetch that daily rows. Now we're gonna have our daily totals. We need that actually daily totals, and we can run on for loop in here for this, something like this. For daily rows, their days, and for the days, since the days is also an array, we're running this. We're basically setting the daily totals with the date in here and with that views. Now we need last 7 and previous 7 days in here. These are basically the analytics charts, nothing else. And we need to write here a for loop for it. Now we need average views per day, like that. This one, average views per day. You can see this plus minus the growth. So that's why we're dividing it with 7. And the growth impact, this one, this is like the mathematical operations which we need to do for those things. This is our geo analytics, like from which countries our videos our videos are playing most. This is our top videos for our the logged in user, which videos are most playing. So those list, and we're using here and descending video analytics total views. It depends on the total views number, and we're adding here only 5. The limit is 5. We're just returning 5 most views videos. Yeah. Now after this, we need to send the minutes used, like how much the users used and how much the limit, and minutes PCT, like percentage, how many percent still available to stream. Storage use, same storage use, storage limit, and storage percentage, that how much percentage still available to use. And overall uses impact. So it's kind of like that overall uses percentage. The overall percentage in here, this is like the math we are using for returning it. Now we have to return all of these together. It's going to be a little bit bigger, something like this. You can see return minute streamed. We're sending the used seconds, used minutes, limits, for the same for the storage used. And this is the overall uses percentage, total request, request stats, visitor countries, and top videos. We're returning all of this. Yeah, that's it. This is our gate analytics module. It is not definitely small, but yeah, it's ready. Now we need another one, which is also quite big, and this is for our main analytics, for our analytics page, especially this one. However, we're not adding these charts. We'll delete it, but we have all of this, so we have to return those data from here. Now range days, something like this. Then we need to fetch all the videos with our the most most views, not replace. You can see in here we're basically showing all the videos with their views, something like this. Then we can add the variables like this: the total views, the unique viewers, watch time seconds, and daily totals. And we can write on for loop for the videos, the total views, the unique viewers, the watch time seconds, and the days. We can save it. Then the average seconds, like average view duration for the videos, something like this. The last range and previous range and all of these. for our range days. So it's basically kind of the same, but the analytics are on broad time, like for a long time on dashboard, on main dashboard, it was not like long time, but here it's for a bit long time. So total views change percentage, views over time, the date set for like those top videos. Now we need basically our top videos, we need to sort it and slice the first 5 videos in here, the top videos. After this, we can return it. Yeah, there you go. I want to admit that it is definitely not small. It is definitely very big. But yeah, that's it. We have to return the range days, the overview, and views over time, and top videos. Yeah. That's it. This is our main analytics, and it's ready. Now, since all of these are ready, we can come back to our controller and let's add all of this. So now we need our analytics route, API route. It's going to be GET request definitely. And we're going to use our use guard. Then our GET analytics, and it's going to request to receive the request, and type is going to be any. Now after this, the main dashboard analytics, and let's call it in here. Let's add our GET main analytics module, and we're going to receive the range through like a query inside our API request, and we're going to pass that in here to our GET main analytics inside function, not function, it's actually module. Yeah. So yeah, that's it. I'm very exhausted. I'm recording for a long time, and it's ready. Our API is ready to use. We can come back to our apps main dashboard, and we can start to make dynamic to over this main dashboard here. Here you go. We should make it dynamic now. So inside here, we have to at first delete few things. We'll do that, but we need our token, so we can, like the authentication token, we can use our use auth hook from Clark NestJS. Now let's write our query for the analytics, for fetching the analytics. So something like this, analytics and is loading. Let's add here, import your use query hook from TanStack React query. This is the query key, this is the query function. Like it's kind of like the same thing all the time we are doing. And each signed in, this is coming from our use user hook, and this is use users from Clark NestJS. Yeah. So basically here we're fetching our analytics data, and the top URLs, we don't need it anymore because we're having a dynamic data now. And we need to right now add something in here, like the minutes used seconds from our basically the dynamic value, the analytics and minutes streams and used seconds, minutes used, minutes limit, minutes remaining, and minutes percentage. And now another one for storage. So storage used bytes, storage limits bytes, and storage free bytes, and the storage percentage. The top videos array is going to be this one now. The request average per day, like this, request growth percentage and request growth level. And here, if is loaded is false or not is signed in or not is loading, then return null. Otherwise in here, all good. Here we don't need the onboarding panel for now. We can delete this, and stats card, minutes streamed, monthly, and here let's delete it. Let's call here format duration function, which is on helper function. So let's come inside lib and utils.ts. Let's add here our format duration function. It's just going to format the duration into a like appropriate format so that anyone can easily understand it, like the seconds into a minutes and seconds format, like with even including hours. And this one for bytes, so this format bytes will transform the bytes to like MB and bytes together so that anyone can easily understand it. So these are the helper functions. You can write it by yourself. Format duration, we have to pass here the minutes used seconds. We can save it, and here it's going to be minutes limit, then minutes limit dot to local string or on underscore. Yeah, then outside let's add m because this is like the minutes. Here it's giving some error because top URLs, it's not available, that's why. So top URLs, instead of that, it's going to be basically top videos. So top videos dot map row, which type is going to be any index, going to be number, and key is right now key fine, but here here also fine. Here it's going to be row dot title, or let's say v. Then let me do one thing. Let's cut this and add in a first bracket, then dot chart, sorry, char at the 0 to upper case, and we don't need this. Yeah, we can copy this, and in here this row dot path name, we can paste it again in here, and we can just delete this, and instead of v we can add here untitled. Yeah, then here we need to add our row views, and yeah, that's it. And there is still one error in here, that top URLs dot length, which is going to be top videos dot length. Then we can say no videos available yet. Yeah, that's it. If we come back here in the dashboard, here you go, it's showing 0 second. Why? Let's give on reload. Okay, it's giving 500 error, internal server error. Very interesting. Why the server error? This.db.select is not a function. Okay, let's see. I think we did some syntax mistake somewhere. This.db.select is not a function. All right, I found a problem. It's very funny. On the line number 107, you can see it's select. It should be actually select. Now, yeah, everything is breaking. It should work. Let's give a reload. 204, 200. Why it's still null? Okay, something wrong in this page.jsx. Let me see if we added anything wrong in here. So if we comment it out, to uppercase is not a function. Okay, I think there's something wrong in here. This top videos. For now, if we comment it, or let's say just cut this, yeah, it's working. So the problem is definitely in here. Let me see what's wrong in here then. The top videos to uppercase. Oh, C is going to be capital, bro. All right, I'm doing a lot of syntax mistake. However, I think it's going to be fine now. Yeah, but not the styling is definitely fine. Okay, no worries. Let me see what can we do in here. Group, hover, this is good. I think we have to remove the height, or we have to add here on height. Here, table height, table body. And I hate CSS for this type of things because it's really give a lot of pain. We can say align top. Let me see if it works or not. Oh, yeah, it's breaking. This side is breaking. Okay, so the next side, okay, I think I've solved it. Still, let me see here. Let's add align top. And here, align top. Here you go. It's working. Wow. So our minute stream is right now actually dynamic. You can see it's 19 minutes 28 seconds. And why 10,000 minutes? 10,000 minutes because the user is right now not in free at all. I actually I was working with this and I updated the plan to pro. Now you're going to ask me, there is no billing yet ready. Yeah, it's not in here, but in real Vidmox, it's already ready. Since the database is same, that's why it's showing actually the dynamic value, which is very normal. So yeah, for you, it'll probably show you 1000 minutes, and in here short time, and it's completely dynamic. You will see it's very accurate. Not only accurate, it's very accurate. After this, let's make everything dynamic one by one. Right now, just this, our time is dynamic, but let's come here again. Oh, even no, not even the time is dynamic. A lot of things here we have to make dynamic. All right, so here for the UJs, let's remove this and add this, that minute percentage or to fixed, and add here the percentage. For the width, it's also going to be the minutes percentage percent. Yeah, you can see now it's actually makes sense. 0.2% only used. And for the remaining time, here it's going to be something like this. Just delete this, except the remaining. And here, the minutes limit, time remainings to local string, and minutes remaining. Yeah, something like this. 9,980 minutes remainings yet. Yep. After this request cards, so here we can add this to something like this, that analytics dot total requests or 0, then dot to local string. We can save it. Here the average request days, so we can say request average per day dot to local string, and we can call it. Here for the growth, let's add here the request growth level and the growth. Yeah, so right now it's really a lot, 225% extra, and average is 1.9 request per day. Yeah, and it's right now actually dynamic. The 17 is really dynamic. Storage card, so let's make it dynamic. So for 3.2, let's change it to format bytes. So format bytes, and let's pass the storage used bytes, and we don't need this GB in here. Yeah, so let's save it. Here you go. Storage used this 767 MB, and in here let's add the percentage, that how much storage used, something like this, and the total is going to be same storage limit bytes, then format the bytes, otherwise like on empty. So 1.8 GB, sorry, 250 GB is total, 0% used. Because it's very little we only used, that's why it's showing 0%. Here, let's add the storage percentage and percent. Yeah, we can save it. And here, we don't need the video's length actually. We can delete that. And we can add here our format bytes and storage the free bytes. Yeah, so 249 GB, 2.25 GB still free. Yeah, it makes sense and it looks actually beautiful. That's it for the geo map. Let's make it dynamic. We have to pass the countries, the analytics dot visitor countries. Yeah, or an empty array. Now countries is not available there, so that's why it's giving an error. No problem. Let's come back here. Receive the countries, by default going to be an empty array. For the type, we can call here our geographic map props. So it's going to be something like this, with country views, another type, the country and views. Yeah, now we don't need this country data anymore, the static one, because we're having the dynamic value. So let's delete this. And in geographical map, in get color, I think here for the get color, let's do one thing. Let's cut this and keep it inside this function. Yeah, something like this. Now in here, we have to write some code. So for this one, it's fine. Now we have to normalize the name because the data structure, the data type is not similar like the map expect. So that's why we have to change it. We have to create another use memo hook in here from React. We can add here two new map, that ISO2 map and name map. Then the display name for the country. Then we have to make on for loop for our countries. And then we can return the ISO2 map, and by name, we can pass the name map. And here, let's add the countries as the dependency array. Yeah, that's it. Very small. Now after this, we need the max views from the country. And the get color here, we have to change it. We can say if there is no views or max views is less equals to 0, then return this color code. Otherwise, we need the intensity. The intensity of the color. Now views, we have to receive your views, which is going to be actually number. We're not receiving the country name now. And here after intensity, we have lightness in the like map, something like this. And then we can return our map, something like this. Yeah. Otherwise, everything I think it should be same, but no, not same. Here country name, and we need to add here that ISO2 like this, and we need views and base color. We don't need the match. Yeah, so something like this. Now inside here in the set hovered, or one mouse entered, everything is fine, but set hovered for the visitors, we don't need visitors, we need views. So set hovers here, let's change it to views. Yeah, that's it. Still there are some error, which is expected. Let's come here. After this, after the views on mouse move, I'll go here. Here for the hover, if the views more than 0, then base color, otherwise like the different color, which one you're watching here. Now in here, it's also going to be hover dot views. Yeah, we can save it. And here you go. You can see for the Malaysian, it's showing visitor 17 because all the views are from actually Malaysia now. As when I was developing it, all the views were from Malaysia. That's why it's showing Malaysia. One thing I'm just noticing that the sidebar is not loading first, which makes sense because sidebar has, I think, another loader or something. That's why. No worries, but this is right now dynamic. And let's check the sidebar because here we can also make it dynamic. And one thing I would like to check again, we don't need this controller, analytics controller. So from main dashboard, page.tsx, not here. And yeah, we need to actually uncomment it. When you're uncommenting, there is some error, total request. All right, guys, I found the mistake is very obvious. Is loading must need to be true. When the is loading is true, then return null. Is loaded and is loading is not the same thing. Is loaded means it's already loaded. And is loading means it's currently loading. So if it's true, then only return null. If it's false, then do not need to return null. Now, after changing it, see, everything is working. Even the sidebar issue is also fixed. So yeah, it's actually perfectly working. Our dashboard homepage is dynamic right now. We should be proud for this. Yeah, it's working. Everything is done. Now on the sidebar, let's make it dynamic, especially this plan and these uses. For plan, I don't think we have the API yet, but for the uses, definitely we do have. So let's change it. Here, for the analytics, we can copy it from our dashboard also because it's kind of like the same thing. We make sure that you're using the same query key so that it will not fetch it for multiple time. And get token, we are getting it from our use auth hook from clerk NestJS. Yeah, and each signed in, it's also from our use user hook. Yeah, so from here, that's it. So we're basically fetching our analytics data in here now. Since we're fetching it, it's done. We can come back here to this uses card. Yeah, the uses card. And in here, instead of 5%, we can say number and the uses PCT, the percentage. Now you might be thinking from where it's coming. We didn't create it. Yeah, but we will here. So const uses percentage, the analytics, and the overall uses percentage or 0. We can save it. You can see 0.2%. It's right now fully dynamic. Now after this, here, this 5%, we have to change it. Yeah, we have to change this 5% to, let's say, math dot max 0 and math dot mini 100, then the number, then pass the uses percentage, and at the end add here on percent. Yeah, that's it. Right now it's actually fully dynamic. That's about our uses, only 0.2% uses. Then now for the plan, like the free or paid, here free paid, here you go. We need the user plan, so which is coming from another API which we have to create. That's for basically the billing API, which we will do right now after some time, not right now. We can finish our analytics from here. Yes, since analytics API is ready and billing API is not ready, that's why this is not dynamic yet. We have to actually start to work in billing, then we can make this one also dynamic. But for now, let's make this analytics dynamic because it's easier to make it dynamic. So let's go to analytics page, and inside here, this views data we don't need anymore. Let's delete all of this mock data. The top videos, same, we don't need any of this. Device data, browser data, overview, stats, everything just delete. The batch class, yeah, we can keep it. Now range levels, we're changing it. We're gonna make it last 3 days, last 7 days, and last 14 days. Because 19 days, that's crazy. We don't want to waste money for analytics. That's why we're storing it for only 14, actually not 14, 28 days, analytics data, not more than that. Here, change it to 3D, 7D, and 14D, and by default, it's going to be actually 3. Yeah, now let's fetch our analytics data again, which is again the same. First, we need the use query. Now, get token, let's import it from here. I mean, not from here, sorry, not from use user, it's from our use auth. And here the ist sign in. So this one is ready. Now after this, we need to format our chart date, and we will have the overview, the views data, the top videos, and like everything which we were having earlier, except these few things because we already have it. The total views changes percentage, the total views change level, and everything in here. Now in here, let's change it to not sign in or not is loading is true, then return null. Now very important, we have to make our overview stats again, but with dynamic data. That's the difference. Like for the level, it's going to be total views. The value, it's going to be overview or total views. Change level, positive. If it's positive, then positive, otherwise negative. The icon is here. The watch time, something like this. The level, format duration, let's import it. The unique viewers, and the final one, the average view duration, something like this. Yeah. Now let's come back here down. Let's make it 3D, 7D, and 14D. Here, all good. And I think here also all good. No, here something is wrong. I think change, yeah. Change and level, if it's total views, then versus last, sorry, it's my call. Don't think that it's your call. Yeah, versus last period, or empty string. Yeah. And views over time. Here, top videos, we have to add type for it. So let's say any and number. Yeah. Yep. But in here, we have to change these values, I guess. Like views, fine. But let's do one thing. Actually, it's fine. Here, we have to change it. We have to say format duration, number, and row dot watch time seconds or 0. Yeah. Same, we have to change it for average view duration in here. It's going to be AVG, means average duration seconds. Yeah, otherwise like 0. And here device and browser breakdown. Let's delete all of these. We don't need any of these. The geographic distributions we don't need because we already have it, so there's no meaning of like adding it twice. There's no need to add it twice. So we can save it. We can come back here. Here you go. Total views, which is 80% less than last period. If we check the last 7 days, then yeah, it's good. Like 7 views, 3 views, 1 view, 0, and today's more 1. And this is the watch time. This is the average view duration. You can see it's actually right now fully dynamic. The analytics page is completely dynamic right now, and it's really looking very beautiful, isn't it? So analytics page is also dynamic. Now here, my videos, I want to do here a little bit modification. Just a minute. My videos, and in here, first of all, we need to fetch our 1 minute. Here we have the delete video, but actually for the version 1, we're not adding the delete one. It's very, very important because like there is a very high chance of spamming if we add the delete video. For the version 1, definitely there will be delete video, but not like this. We need to add some more security, which we will do in the second version. Is loading and videos.length. Now you might be thinking why like it's not possible to delete the videos, because even if you are deleting it from our main cloud storage, it's not going to delete within a very short time. Like let's say we are deleting a video, but it will delete after 1 month. So we have to pay money for that 1 month. And that's why we cannot let the user to delete video very fast, because logically we have to pay money for that. That's why. If there's any error, then we can show this message. Yeah. Now you can see we have to actually delete the delete icon. So here you go. The button, let's delete it. Perfect. Now for the views, let's make it dynamic. So for the views, we can actually change it. So where's the views? Oh, here is the views. The I is 0. So we can say video and total views or 0. Now you might be thinking, where's the total views coming from? So it's coming from basically here. In here, we have to add the total views. So let's add it in here and save it. Now come back here, even reload. Okay, no worries, it's not working. Very good. But we have to actually modify the get videos metadata a little bit, then it will work. It will start to work. So upload, meaning we have to go back to our modules and upload service. Yeah. From upload service, we can fix this. So get videos metadata, here you go. Inside here, we have to add our total views, including the created ad. Yeah. So let's import SQL from Drizzle ORM, video analytics. And in this left join, we have to actually add another left join, which is going to be video analytics and video metadata.id, video analytics.video id. Yeah, we can save it. Now if you come back here, if you give on reload, here you go, it's 17. So it's working right now. You can see everything is perfectly working here. Now the video details page, we should also like finish it. So for the video details, one thing we have to do in here, we have to create another module. Let's say get video metadata. This was videos, and right now video, like one single one, where we need our video ID, which is going to be string, and user ID, which is going to be string as well. Inside this, we have to write a very big query. It's really a big one, but let me show you. So the db.select, we need this title, description, video tracking ID, status, the video size, where we're writing on SQL query. We're basically we're doing video metadata dot video size, and we're doing on sum with our transcoding metadata and total size bytes. The video size needs to be the full size. And for analytics, we're fetching our total views and minutes streamed. You can see the average view duration. And from here, let's import and from Drizzle ORM. So this is what you need to do, and we have to return the result from here. Yeah. So again, I'm slowly moving it so that you can see and write it by yourself. It's quite big because the query itself is actually a bit bigger. Yeah, that's it. Now, next one. This one is a bit smaller, and this is for our daily analytics. So daily analytics like this, like verify ownership first for the video, like is the owner is same with the user ID, and if there is no videos, then video not found and access denied. And video analytics, we're basically finding out the video daily analytics, like the daily views. Yeah, that's it. Our API is ready. Let's come back to our controller and let's add this tool in our controller. So after this videos metadata, we can add our get video metadata like this. Just get video metadata instead of get videos, and we're receiving here video ID as params. Yeah, and same for our get daily analytics, we need our video ID as params, something like this. Yep, so our API is ready. We can right now come back to our video ID and page.tsx inside this. Yeah, so video and video page.tsx, here we have to right now at first fetch the data. Mock data, we can delete it now. We don't need it anymore. Views or time, we don't need. Top refers, we don't need at all. Stats, just keep it because we're gonna change it. Badge classes, fine. Now in here, let's add our ist sign in and the get token, because we're gonna right now fetch our video metadata based on the video ID. Yeah, so we're doing here on fetch request, sending on fetch request to our get video metadata with the video ID. And then here we also have to add another use query function for fetching our actually the daily analytics, the video analytics. Now here we need to make a small helper function that format our chart date and the views over time, something like this. So after this, the copied ID and copied image, everything is here. Embed, we don't need this actually. Same for this one, we don't need, because we're not having the embed code feature for now. For the version, we're not having it because of the lack of security. That's why. For the MVP version, it's fine, because since this is focused on developers, they're not going to use embedded code definitely inside their application. They're going to use our library, and our library is more easier to use. Now in here, we have to say video metadata.title, and here we don't need the image at all. We will call here our Vidmox player. I think here we have to finish the div. Vidmox player. Vidmox player is going to be Vidmox player React. Yeah, it's fine actually. Now in here, after this, we don't need this, so we can delete. We even don't need this, so we can delete this as well. And this div, then we also don't need. Yeah. Now inside here, instead of mock video, let's make it video metadata.title, video metadata.description. Then video information for the video ID, we can pass the video ID. It's already in here. Status is going to be our video metadata.status. Uploaded, here we have to add the video metadata dot created add dot slice 0 to 10, then dot split the hyphen, then reverse this, and finally join everything with this hyphen again. Yeah, that's it. We can save it. No, if we save it, definitely it's going to give us an error. We have to add here video metadata again dot playlist underscore name if it's available, or we can say one thing, this or no playlist. Yeah. For the tags, we can say video metadata tags. Here we can say any. And now inside this, it's fine, but we can do one thing. This is very important. Let's cut this. Let's write if video metadata dot text dot length is more than 0, then only do this. We can add on fragment in here. Otherwise, we can add here on span something like this, that no text. Yep. Now file details in here, we can again add our video metadata dot format. Actually not format, video metadata dot video content type. Yeah. For the regulations, video metadata dot regulations dot join, because this is an actually array, so let's like add a comma after all the regulations. Same for the file size, it's going to be right now video size, and we're gonna actually call here our format byte, the helper function, and we're gonna pass it. Yeah. Video size is ready. Now, after this, one thing we have to add here, very, very important. This is for actually giving some context that this size is like including like the transcoded files size. Yeah. And we have to import animated presence from framer motion and any newer okay, so this tooltip we have to create on use state hook for this. So let's come back here again and something like this. Perfect. And here handle copy embed, we don't need the embed code, so let's delete. Now here our show tooltip ready. After this duration we can call the video metadata, but let's cut and let's add our formats duration and pass the duration inside this. However, here it's going to be video duration. Yeah. Now stats card, it's going to be, oh, I think for now it will give error because one thing here, top refers, we don't need top refers. If we save it, let me see. Where's the error? Video metadata title. Okay, I understand, because here for the loading state we're saying this average video duration second, so is loading, then return null. And 1 minute, video not found or access denied. Seriously, how? Sure, we're sending the user to the correct video. I think we're doing here something wrong. Yeah, exactly, we're sending on the video tracking ID, which is wrong. We have to send the user to video ID, not the video tracking ID, and that's the mistake we are doing in here. How to fix it? Just scroll down, don't need this, and redirecting from here video.id. Now video.id is giving error because we need to add here the type for the ID. Here you go, you can save it. Then same thing, we can come back here. If we click here now, it's showing undefined, given reload. Still undefined, seriously? Why? Let me see. Videos ID. I think in the backend we forgot to add it. Upload service. Video metadata. No, it's actually here. No. Videos metadata. Yeah, we forgot to add it. So video metadata.id. Now let's come back here. Given reload. Here you go. Yeah, it has value now. Now if we click here and see, the video player is actually loading, and these informations are actually real. Even when I'm hovering it, it's saying total size including the raw file, raw upload and all transcoded formats is selected. Yeah, however, it should be in the same line. We're gonna see that, we're gonna fix it, no problem. But it's working, and that's the really good news for us, that it's working now. We can come back again in here, and this playlists, not playlist tags, the circle question mark, circle question mark icon, and in here let me see the styling. So it's finishing. It's finishing here. This is the main span. This one should have flex, item center, and some gap. Here you go. It looks perfect now. Yeah. After this, after the duration, let's come back in the stats card. Now in the stats, let's delete this. We don't need this actually. Let's make it from scratch. Now for the stats.map, let's delete. And from here as well. And let's delete the key. Here, we're gonna add on div something like this. Yeah, so it's basically the same, just here total views, and this is the like total views count. And after adding it for once, you can right now copy it and change the value to watch time and analytics minutes streamed, something like this. It's basically the same class name, just the values are different. You can see. And finally, after these, the unique viewers. So unique viewers. After this div, we can save it. Then average view duration, the last one. We can collapse average duration like this. And this is the unique viewers. Yeah. So here you go. Unique views 1, average duration here. Watch time, total views, views over time. I think this is also dynamic, views over time. Let me see. So views over time. It should be a little bit different. We can say if our daily analytics loading, then just show us the loader. If there is no loading, means loading is false, and the length is 0, then no data available yet. Otherwise, discard this. I think I did some mistake. Here. We can add on first bracket like this. Then inside this, views over time, all good. Actually, all good in here. Just end of this. End of this. Let's add this. Now, when you're giving reload, you can see it's loading, and here you go. 17 views, the watch time, the unique viewers, average view duration. This is the video. We can also play the video. So you can see I'm playing it. We can actually like play from any place and it will actually work perfectly. We can change the speed, the quality of the video, like with the including the bitrate. You can notice in here it's automatically providing here the accessibility, the audio, the like peep mode, and the full screen. Everything is in here. Perfect. If we give on reload, you will notice it's became 18 because we just played the video. That's why even the minute stream is also changed slightly. And that's how it's working. It's real time, completely real time. That's it. Our dashboard ready, our analytics is ready, our my video section is also perfectly working. But here in the sidebar, when we're in my videos details, it should be active this one. So no worries. Let's fix this part. We just need to check one thing from here. That is our like logic for activating this. So here my videos. So section link, we can scroll down. I think here it is. Yeah. In the is active, let's do one thing. Let's add here is active, and we can say the path if it's matching with href, or if the href is actually equals to my videos, and if the path starts with /video/ then those are active. Yeah. And here here we can say is active. Instead of path equals to href, we can say is active, and we can save it. Here you go. You can see everything's working as always, but right now my videos is also perfectly working. Yeah, perfect. So that's it. You can see we have completed a lot of things. Right now, if we come back here, if we give on reload, it should work. Just give on reload. Yeah, here we go. It's working. So yep, now what next? Our playlist ready, my videos ready, upload video already working, player settings we have to do, watermark and branding. But before that, we have to fix our billing. Yeah, that's what we have to do. And for the version 1, we're not having this monthly and yearly, not anything like that, because no one cares about that, or even the ad ones. First of all, for the version 1, no one cares about these things. So that's why we're not having it. So first, we're gonna actually remove it, and then we will make our backend, and we will do the last work, and that is like our billing. After billing, we can finish the player settings and watermark branding, which is going to be very simple. And then what? Everything will be done. No, not done. Still, one thing is missing, and it's kind of like, we can say, the heart of Vidmox, and that is our playback guard. I mean, here we have on guards for uploading, but we also need a guard for playing the video. Otherwise, let's say your limit is 1000 minutes playback, or you're playing more than 1000 minutes, and then we have to be bankrupt, right? Without even running our company. So that's why we need another guard for tracking, or like, let's say, for limiting our users from exceeding the users limit, the minutes stream limit they have. Yeah, that's it. And even after 80% of users, we will send some email, and we can do that by using scheduler. We will do that. So yeah, all of that we have to do. But before that, let's finish our billing, and then we can make all of this dynamic one by one. Yeah, let's go. Let's do it. All right, so let's go to main dashboard, app, and billing page.tsx. From here, after this manage billing, after this current plan, we have to change few things in here. Like here, we don't need this monthly and yearly at all. So we can actually delete this complete div. We don't need this anymore. And here, everything looks good. 1000 minutes playback, all good. The pro plan, one thing in here, that is the price. Okay, price is definitely going to be free. And here, we don't need the billing cycle like monthly or anything like that, so we can just keep it as it is. And after this, the pro plan, this is not business plan. In our system, we have pro plan, and $29.99. This is 600 storage, 22,000 minutes playback. Yeah, all good. Instead of enterprise, this one is going to be the business plan, and pricing is going to be $69.99. Yeah, that's it. Now here for the add-ons section, we don't need the add-ons section, so completely delete the section. Now if we come back here, you can see we're having the transaction history only. and like the plan select card in here. And this is the open Stripe portal. So yeah, this was basically our plan. It's fully ready. This will be our billing page, very simple and minimalistic. Now let's come back to our backend side because we have to start to work in backend. This modules, let's create our billing module, and we're going to be use Stripe as I'm always saying. So for using Stripe, it's like very easy to use Stripe. For this type of SaaS, it's actually more easy. We can say billing.controller.ts. We can create a file like this, and another one. Just a minute. Yeah, sorry. Billing, then module.ts, and billing.service.ts. Yeah, that's it. Now for billing module, let's add our module decorator. Controllers, we can say billing controller, which we don't have yet. So let's keep it empty for now. And providers, for now empty array. Just export our billing module class. Yeah, we can save it. Let's come back to our billing service. Let's add the injectable and import injectable from nest/common. In here, we're going to be using Stripe. So we have to actually install Stripe library right now. And it's very simple. Let's come back here. Go to our services. And in here, let's write npm I Stripe. Yeah. And import Stripe from Stripe. Then here we can add our constructor. Then we can finish the class like this. Now inside this constructor, we need our config, and we need to inject the DB and Redis client because we're gonna actually use it. So config service drizzle DB. I don't need to explain it, I guess, because we're writing it for probably the thousandth times. Yeah. Now after this, actually inside here, we need to pass our Stripe secret key. Very, very important. Now, how can you get your Stripe secret key? Just to log in into Stripe dashboard, go to the test mode. You'll find out your Stripe API key in there, and Stripe like publishable key and secret key. So then you have to create a variable Stripe secret key, and you have to paste the value into that .env file. I'm not doing it because I think I already have this env in my this variable in my .env file. Now after this, another important private module like a get frontend URL. So it's basically from the frontend URL from our .env, or like by default 3001, like for development purpose. Right now it's going to be 3001. This is our frontend URL, like this one. Yep. Why do we need this? We need this to redirect our user to our website again after finishing the payment. Now get price ID for plan. Very, very important. We can say plan tier, and we have to call our plan tier this enum from our config file. And after this, we can say if plan tier equals to our that plan tier dot free, then we have to return this. Now this is very, very important. We're saying Stripe price starter. So this is also a new variable. Let me show you how you can actually work here. Just a minute. I'm checking my Stripe account from here, and here you go. So this is my Stripe test mode. From here, be make sure that you're going to the product catalog and you're creating a product by giving them something like this, that starter, pro, and business. And for the price, select here recurring. Okay, recurring, and like select the USD currency and add the like amount. And after that, be make sure that you're going inside here and you're copying your price ID from here. Okay, very, very important. And then for the starter price, the Stripe price starter, add this starter price ID. Okay, for the pro, do the same, copy the price ID for pro. For business, copy the price ID for the business mode, like the business plan. Yeah, that's it. And here it's going to be actually same, that if plant here is pro, then Stripe price pro. If it's business, then Stripe price business. If it's nothing, then throw a new error, that invalid plan. Yeah, now we need to check the user current plan. So that's why we are saying get user current plan and user ID, which will be string. Now we can say const record await this dot db dot query dot plan and dot find first, where our p.user underscore ID is matching with the user ID, and columns, you can just add the name. We can make the name to true. We need the plan name in here. That's why. So this is just one helper function or helper module for getting the user current plan. After this, we're going to normalize the plan and return the plan name. So normalize plan here, it's already on helper function. We already created it, so we don't need to do it again. Now, next one for our invoices. So definitely we're not having the invoices yet. So for now, let's keep it empty. After this, we need our actually another private module. This is very, very important for getting our Clark email, because when we are inside our backend is giving us user ID, but we need the user email as well for creating Stripe customer. In here, you can see the customers. We need the email for creating the Stripe customer. Otherwise, like when we will redirect the user to the billing, they have to enter their email again, which is not secure based on our system. Yeah, so that's it. In here, we make sure that you're adding this get Clark email. This is basically creating a Clark client with the Clark secret key, and with the user ID we are fetching our email address for that logged in for the logged in user. Yeah, I hope you're understanding. Now another small, not small actually, it's going to be a little bit bigger. So let's come outside and let's add another private module for ensuring the Stripe customer. So first we're gonna have the email in here from the get Clark email with this user ID, and then we can check the plan with the Stripe customer ID. If there is Stripe customer ID, then just return it like this. If there is a Stripe customer ID, and here after this we have to return the customer ID, which is going to be record.stripe customer ID and current plan. We can call normalized plan tier, and we can pass the record.name. Yeah, that's it. Now we need our customer for from Stripe database, we can call this that this.stripe.customers.create. We're basically creating our customer, and we're normalizing, we're checking the current plan again, and we're updating our database after like checking or actually after getting the plan, after getting the Stripe customer ID, after creating the Stripe customer ID with the email, after creating on Stripe customer with the email, with the user ID, we are storing that customer ID inside our database in here with the Stripe customer on the Stripe customer ID field. Yeah. And after this, we can return our customer ID and current plan. Yeah, that's it. Another small function. This is a small one and very, very important though. This is for creating the portal session. Like when you're clicking here, it will redirect you to your Stripe portal. Very simple. We need a front-end URL and customer ID from our Stripe customer. And we can create on session for the billing portal, stripe.billingportal.session.create. We have to just pass the customer ID and return URL. That's it. Now, the most important one, that is our create checkout session, where we're gonna pass the user ID, which is string, and raw plan, which is string as well. Yeah. Now const plan tier, we can call normalize plan tier, and we can pass the raw plan inside this. If the plan tier equals to plan tier dot free, then return on error message that free plan does not require checkout. After this, we are having the price ID, where basically we need the price ID to like create on checkout session and front-end URL, and the customer ID. So we are getting back all of these. Now let's create the session for redirecting the user to the payment link. So this.stripe.checkout.sessions.create. Mode is going to be subscription. Customer, we have to pass the customer ID. Line items, we can pass the price ID and quantity. Then client reference ID, metadata, which is going to be the user ID and plan tier, and subscription data. We have to pass the metadata in here, the user ID and the plan tier. Yeah. Success URL, very, very important. This is going to be the front-end URL / billing and success one. So here it will be something like this, that billing and success one, the success URL. If it's catch any error, if there is something wrong, like the cancel URL, then billing and cancelled. Yeah. And finally, we can return the URL session, the session.url, the URL link for the session. After this, we will have to create another one. Actually, not only one, we have many, but for now, let's save it. And one thing, we have to create another module right now because it's very, very important. This is for our Stripe webhook. Like after confirming the payment, we have to update our database, like with the updated plan, updated users and everything. So it's going to receive the raw body from Stripe, which type is going to be buffer, and the signature, which is going to be string as well. Now const webhook secret, It's going to be this.config.get or throw, and let's pass here our Stripe webhook secret. Now from where you will get the Stripe webhook secret, I will show you after some time. After this, we need event, so we can say this dot stripe dot webhooks dot construct event, the raw body, the signature, the webhook secret. This is basically the event object. Now if the event type, and from where this event is coming, this is coming from the Stripe side. Stripe is sending us an webhook when the payment is ready. So if the event type is checkout session completed, then we will have our session ID, sorry, the session, like from the data.object, then the user ID from the metadata.user ID or session.client reference ID. Then we need the plant here, so we're basically getting the plant here from the session metadata plant here. For the Stripe customer ID, same, and Stripe subscription ID, very, very important. Now if there is user ID, we can apply the plan and limits. Now apply plan and limits, this is basically a new function which we will create. This is another private module, not function. And here, if it's all good, we can say received true. Yeah. Otherwise, if the event type equals to invoice paid, or the event.type equals to invoice payment failed, then we basically need our invoice, and then we have to update the invoice inside our database. So this is basically another function that upsert invoice from Stripe, and we will create it. But if the 1 minute, this is received true, all good. So here, if the event dot type is customer subscription deleted, the important one, then we have to change the plan. So we need the subject and the user ID. If the user ID is available, then again call our apply plan and limits private module, which we will create after this, and you have to pass the plan name, the user ID, and the Stripe customer ID and Stripe subscription ID, and we can say received true. Yeah, and at the end here, we can again return this received true. Now let's add our private async apply plan and limits. Yeah, it's going to receive the user ID, which is going to be string, the plant here, which is the plant here Stripe. It's going to have the Stripe customer ID and Stripe subscription ID, which is going to be string as well. Now after this, we can say const limits plan defaults so plan defaults from actually our upload card. So let's do one thing. In here, let's export this so that we can use it in here. So plan defaults and our plan tier, pass the plan tier in here, or plan defaults and plan tier dot free. Yeah. Then we have to update the database, the plan table. What we have to do? We have to insert the value if there is like, it's for the first time. We have to insert the plan tier name, Stripe customer ID, Stripe subscription ID, and created and updated it. If it's already available, then we have to change the plan name, Stripe customer ID, and subscription ID. Yeah, that's it. Now, if the existing, we have to also update the users table. So that's why we are making here another query to our users table. That is the, like, any existing users available for the user or not. If it's available, then we have to do what? We have to update the users table. We have to update the users table. We have to set the new storage limit, the new minutes streamed limit. Like, we have to update the limit because definitely users are updating their plan. So we have to update our internal users table. Yeah, and if it's not available, then let's set it for the first time, like user ID like this, storage used, storage limit, and everything like this. Yep. Then we have to update the cache. So this will be in here. We can basically delete the lock Redis key, because if the key was like the user was locked for something, then you have to delete it because the user changed the plan, so that we can delete it again. Like suddenly, like instantly, we can delete the user lock. Like it can happen that the user has, let's say, 1000 minutes playback limit. The user already played 1000 minutes playback, then definitely that will be in lock. The ID will be in lock in our cache. So after changing the plan, we're deleting it from the Redis key. Yeah, we're deleting the key from Redis. And then we are updating in our Redis with the new data. We also need the users Redis key and storage users and minute streamed, and we have to update this in our Redis with these new values. And let's set an expiry for this. And we also have to use our plan cache and users cache. It's basically coming from our upload to GERD. Yeah, it's done. Now still there is one error. This actually this module is also ready. Now still there is one error, and it's coming from here, that upsert invoice from Stripe. So let's come back here again. After this create portal session, actually before this, I think before this was ensure Stripe customer, then get Clark email. Okay, list invoices. Yeah, here we can actually add our this upsert invoice from Stripe module. Here it's going to receive the invoice, which is going to be any. Now here we need the Stripe invoice ID and Stripe customer ID. If there is like none of them are available, then we have to return the function, because definitely then we cannot do anything. Then we need the user ID from the metadata, and we can create a late variable here, and we can pass the user from metadata in here. If there is no user ID, then query the plan with the user ID and return, because we are basically passing the user ID in here, you can see in the late variable. Then we can say period start, and we can insert the data right now inside our payment invoices table. Now it looks a bit bigger. You can see this.db.insert the payment invoices. These are the values, like the Stripe customer ID, subscription ID, invoice ID, the status, the currency, amount due, amount paid, the invoice URL, very, very important, the PDF URL, the period start, period end, and everything. And for the conflicting, we are just updating the, like we're updating the invoice from here. Yeah, that's it. We can save it. And inside here, One thing we didn't do, that's the list invoices. So let's finish this list invoices as well, because everything's done except this one. So list invoices, it's nothing, it's just like a query for all of the invoices, something like this. You can see we're saying this.db.select the from payment invoices, the period end created, add status, currency, amount paid, amount due, the invoice URL, and the invoice PDF. Now user ID, we have to receive it in here, which is going to be string, and let's import the descending from Drizzle ORM. So this is basically the orders by, and we're adding it a limit of 20 at once, and then we can add the plan rows. 20 is a lot, definitely there are not going to be 20s at the first time. Plan row, this is for the plan for the logged in user, then the plan name, and we're going to return all of these. Yeah, and we can save it. We can come back here. Yeah, that's it, ready. Actually, everything is ready in here now. It's quite big though. There's a lot of APIs, that's why. And there are some repetitive things, I admit. But fine, for the version 1, don't worry a lot. Just ship the product. Focus in the core mechanism like we did. We focused like more into our like transcoding system or video processing system or like the orchestrations. Definitely, you don't know how did I make the orchestration, because I did that by myself in 1 minute cloud. But those are like the core things, and we should give more focus on that. And after getting traction in our product, we can give more focus into these things. Yeah, so that's it already. Let's come back in our billing controller and let's add all of these APIs. So controller and billing controller. Let's call the billing service. We need the current plan for the logged in user, which we're gonna use inside our dashboard sidebar and so many places actually. So let's import everything, request from NestJS /common. After this, the checkout, another important one. So checkout and body like this. Then the portal. So portal for getting access to the portal. Then the invoices for getting all the invoices for the payments. And the last one, the final one, is for the webhook stripe. So headers, NestJS /common, stripe signature, it's going to receive, and we're like forwarding it to our handle stripe webhook. That's it. That's about the billing controller. All looks good, but I think we have to update the env a little bit. First of all, let's come back here, clear everything, and write this, that Stripe login. I'm not doing it because I'm already logged in into Stripe. After doing this, you have to press enter and you have to give permission from the Stripe dashboard. Just give permission and do login. After doing login, just write this command, that Stripe listen forward to http localhost 8080/API/v1/billing/ our this webhook /stripe, this endpoint, and press enter. After pressing enter, you can see your webhook signing secret key. Just copy this, go to the .env, and for this webhook secret, or what is the name, so Stripe webhook secret, we make sure to paste the value for this variable from here. Okay, it's just going to be the same, and turn it on. This one, turn it on. This is the local webhook listener. Without this, Stripe webhook will not work for you for the development mode. Yeah, so let me take it to another screen and let me add everything into the .env, because it's a bit secret thing and I don't want to show you the .env. Yep, all good. Now let's come back here again. Still no problem at all. Let's call here our billing controller and the billing service. Yeah, so billing controller and billing service. Now let's come back to our app module and add the billing module in here. We can save it. Yeah, there's no error, so everything is good. Now let's come back to our billing page.tsx because we can right now make it dynamic. We don't need this billing cycle or anything like this. Yeah. So let's make our billing page dynamic now. At first, we have to fetch our user plan, like the current user plan. So let's add here this use query function. Like this get token, it's actually coming from here. No, from our use auth hook from clerk NestJS. Yeah, all good. And is signed in, it's also from, I think here. Yeah, that's it. So we are basically fetching our current plan for the logged in user billing/current, and then we're caching it into this query key. Then we're having the current plan in here, the user current plan, like current.plan. Now transactions we don't need, so let's delete. Next billing cycle we don't need. We need another function for our checkout, so we can say const start checkout. Async, it's going to receive the plan, which is going to be string, then const token await get token. Now const race await fetch process.env. Next public server URI slash billing slash checkout. Yeah, and method is going to be post. Let's pass the headers like the authorization token and our content type and accept. It's just going to accept the application/JSON. Then pass the plan into body.stringify. This is basically for the checkout. Yeah. After this, we will get our data. And if there is no response, .ok, means checkout failed. If there is URL in the data, then we're going to redirect the user to that like checkout URL, the payment link basically. Now here we need another function for opening the portal, for the payment portal. Yeah. And we also need that get token in here because we're going to send here API request to our billing/portal endpoint. And we just have to pass actually nothing. We're just passing the authorization token, and it will like let the backend know that which user is this, and then like the backend can send on portal link for that logged in user. Here same the data. If no response, okay, then return an error. If there is an URL in the data, then redirect user to that URL. Yeah. Now another use query we need to make, this is important, this is for the invoices, the all payment invoices, something like this. Then we can make variable that, yeah, this is our payment invoices. Now we need a small utility function for formatting the invoice date and another one for formatting the invoice amount. Yeah. In here we can say is loaded or is signed in or is loading true. These are false and return null. If we save it, there will be some error because in here 1 minute, in this one click, let's call our open portal. Yeah, that's it. And if we scroll down, all good. Just here for the transactions, let's change it to invoices and dot map. Let's say INV and IDX, all good. So here IDX, good. We have to call our format invoice date, and let's pass the invoice date inside this. Yeah, in here, let's add here capitalize because this is for the plan. We can add the invoice dot plan or free. Here the amount and then the currency, very important, the currency. Now here we can say status lower, so basically it's something like this. Let's come back here and let's return everything and add on first bracket. Yeah, so then before the return we can add our invoice status lower, like the lowercase, and download URL for the status. Yep. Now let's come back here, and here we can say our status lower. If it's paid, then this, otherwise this. Same here, we can say only status. If status is available, then status dot char at the first index, yeah, dot to uppercase plus status dot slice, yeah, otherwise on hyphen. Yeah, for the download, this is very important. This on click, before one click, let's add here and disabled. If there is no download URL, then disabled. If there is download URL, sorry, no download URL, then return. Otherwise, window dot open the download URL, target blank in here, and no opener and no referrer. No referrer, double F E, sorry, here will be another R. Yeah, for the class name, all good, but let's make it dynamic, like no, if there is no download URL, then opacity 50 and cursor not allowed. Yeah, otherwise empty string. We can save it. If we come back here, you will see that we already have here on payment, because I actually did the payment. That's why the amount, it's not showing the amount. Okay, there is something wrong. Let me see why. So amount is not working somehow. Invoice.amount, the reason is we have to call here our format invoice amount function. Yeah, very important. Now you can see it's looking actually perfect. The amount is in here. And this one is not perfect yet because the payment card inside here, we need to do actually some work now. like is current, okay. Then here all good, but I think, let me see one by one. Yeah, so payment card is not bad, so I think we have to change from here. Yeah, for the free plan, all good. Just is current here. If the current plan equals to starter, then and one click the start checkout and starter. Yeah, so just copy this, come back to the pro card, and after this price, let's add it in here. For the pro plan, sorry, it's actually going to be starter. I don't know why it's pro here. Starter plan. And here then it's going to be free, and we don't need the one click at all because it's a free plan. Here it's already good for the starter plan. For the pro plan, let's change it to pro, and same in here. For the business plan, copy that and change it to business. Yep. And we can save it. Now let's come back here. You can see current plan is starter, and this is the free plan. For the free plan, you cannot like downgrade from pro to free because it's logically impossible. So that's why in here we have to change a little bit. So we can say is current and type of one click is a function. Then only do this. So then you can see here it's not showing any select plan because you cannot logically downgrade to free from starter. It's like not possible logically. So that's why we don't need that in here. Yeah. If I click open Stripe portal, you can see it's actually redirecting us to the billing Stripe portal. For you, it will probably not do, or it will, I think it will do. And if you click this select a plan, then you will see that it's redirecting us to Stripe checkout. Just use your testing Stripe card like 424242 and date something like this and this, and like any name, card holder name, and then hit subscribe. Then from here you will notice that this will actually create on payment session, and like everything will be work for you like this. But since I'm already subscribed to the starter, that's why I'm not doing it again. Yeah, I could definitely change it to pro, but fine, I don't need to do it now. So while is working, even if I click this download, you can see this is the invoice for the payment, the Stripe invoice. All looks perfectly great. Yeah, that's it. Now what next? Here everything is okay. Here it's not good. Let's change it. Let's make the sidebar dynamic now. Since we have like dynamic plan, so we can easily do it. We just need to copy this one, actually these lines. Now let's come back to our page.tsx, sorry, layout.tsx and sidebar, go inside here. Let's paste the copied thing, what we have copied. And we can say when the is loading is true, then return null. And now the current plan, let's look for the free. Yeah, so change it to current plan and capitalize. So if we save it, and here you go, you can see it's showing already starter. So it's working even if we give on reload. Yep, everything is perfect for us. So everything is actually working, analytics working, our last 7 days or even last 14 days, then the my videos, the playlists, the player settings and watermark branding, which things are just left, which we will do. And after that, actually everything will be done for us, because docs and support center for version 1 support center should be just the email support. And for documentation, I just need to make it by myself, and I don't think I need to show this to you because that's going to be completely static. Like, how can you use Vidmox? It's just that, it's nothing special or anything like internal things. So yeah, player settings, definitely there will be not a lot of player settings like this. We will reduce it because end of the day our player doesn't have all of these features. That's why. So fine, we will do it right now. Let's do it right now. But before starting the player customization features, we have to actually do one more thing which I forgot, and very, very important, that is our billing guard. So we have to make our billing guard. So let's close everything, come back inside our services, inside these guards. Let's create our billing guard.ts. Yeah, actually not billing guard, it should be actually player guard, not the billing guard. So we can say player.guard.ts. Yeah, and inside here, let's add the injectable from nest common, then create our player guard class with this can activate from NestJS common. Let's add our constructor here, like that result db, and Redis client. We need our database and Redis access in here. So Redis and schema, import everything as schema from our database and schema. Yeah. Now after this, we can add a private module for resolving the plan. Something like this, which will receive user ID, which type is going to be string. It's going to return a promise. And type is going to be the cached plan. After this, actually, let's add the main one, that async can activate context type fine, and here it's going to basically return a promise which will be boolean. Yeah, and then we can delete it, like true or false. Now here we need the request, so we can say context dot switch to http dot get request, and we will have our user ID in here from like our another guard. If there is no user ID, then unauthorized. Then we need right now our plan, which we will get from the result plan. So in this result plan, let's finish it now. At first, we need to check from the cache with the LRU key, that plan and the user ID. And if there is any cache available, then we're going to return it. Otherwise, we have to check from Redis. So it's kind of like the same with our upload guard. You can notice here the result plan and result uses already here. So we can even copy this, or we can do one more thing. Actually, we could also export it from here, but it's private module, so that's why even if we export, it's not going to work. Okay, fine, then let's copy paste. That's also good. Just copy paste it, something like this. Now here, this is for resolving the plan. We need the plan Redis key, the plan Redis TTL second, the normalized plant here, the EQ from Drizzle ORM, And here the cached uses cache, uses redis key. Yep, and the plant here, yeah, that's it already. So it's basically for fetching our like the plan and the users informations. So we can add that line in here that uses, and now we need the effective minutes limit, like how many minutes the users still have. So users start minutes streamed limit, then users start minute stream limit, and plan defaults, otherwise plan defaults start minute limit. Now the streamed seconds, like how much already streaming done, and the limit seconds, we can like make the minute to seconds. We can transfer it to seconds. Now we can write the logic that if the limit seconds is more than 0 and stream second is less equals to the limit seconds, then we can throw an error that you have reached your streaming minute limit for your current plan. Please upgrade your Vidmox plan to continue watching. Yeah, and finally we can return true, and here you go, our guard is actually ready. So it is not quite big, it's very simple guard, but it's very powerful and very important. Now since we have completed the guard, we have to add it somewhere. Where we can add it, we have to add it inside our player controller. When the users are requesting for a video, that time we're going to use it so that like we can prevent it from any unauthorized access. So here, after the Clark auth guard, we can add the player guard. Yeah, something like this. Then we can save it, and you can see no issue at all, everything is good. Yep, so player guard is also ready. One minute, player guard. Just this one we don't need to import. Yeah. Yep, all done. So player guard is also ready. Everything is good. Now let's come back into playlist. Sorry, not playlist, player settings, and let's work in here. All right, so let's start from our backend side. So because we should start from the backend part, we have to actually make two modules. One for fetching the like playback, the configuration. Other one is for updating it. So first of all, let's make a type for our video player. So we can say player settings. There will be on primary color for the timeline, which type is going to be string. There will be font family for the video player. We can say string. There is captions and styling for captions like font color, string, then background color, which is also going to be string, font size, which is going to be number, and play button. Here we're going to add a preset, which is going to be classic or minimal or the block one. So these are like the basic setup. We're definitely not adding very like high level player customization feature for the version 1, but it's definitely good enough for like matching with your brand, and it's really good enough for like anyone who want to match the video player with their website branding. Now we need to set on default value for all of these, something like this, default player settings. That is the primary color, font family by default is Rubik, captions, font color, background color, this, font size, this, play button, preset, classic by default. Yeah. And definitely we're going to cache these settings. Otherwise, like every time when they're requesting it, we never should fetch it again and again, which is definitely bad practice. So we're going to cache this into LRU. Yeah. And we need some helper function for this. First of all, is this an hexadecimal color, like hex color? The type of value is not string, then return false. Otherwise, just use on regex pattern and test it that is this an hex color or not. Then sanitize the font family, is the font family is valid or not. Then the final one, which is quite big, this is for the sanitizing the settings. Is the settings valid or not? And player settings, it's going to actually return the player settings. So we can make a simple variable here with the type player settings, and if there is hex color, then put primary color. It's going to be something like this. Let's set the value. For the font family also same. For our captions, let's set the styling for the captions, something like this. And then for the preset, like the playback icons, let's change it to something like this. Then we can return the out. Yeah. And finally, another function which is for merging these settings. So we can say function merge settings, and inside here we can return all of these, like the base, the override, the captions, and the play button. Yeah, that's it. Now our most of the work is done. Let's scroll down, add here our get player settings module, something like this. If there is cached value available, then show us the cached value, return it. Otherwise we have to do one query. So do one query player metadata. Yeah, because we have to create this inside our database schema. So let's scroll to down and export const player metadata, and inside here we can create on PostgreSQL table something like this, and there will be user ID because it's like unique based on user ID, and let's add unique in here. On user cannot have multiple player configuration. And the final one, the important one, the settings, which is basically on JSON byte. You can see settings and the primary color, font family, captions, and everything in here. And by default, it's an empty object. And created add and updated add. Yeah, that's it. We can save it. We can rebuild our database. So npm run db, not push, but generate. Yeah. And next one is going to be push. Yeah, done. Let's come back here. Let's import it now. After the record, let's add our settings and return the merge settings. Yeah, something like this. That's it. Our get player settings is ready. Now next one is for updating the player settings. So updating player settings, something like this. We have to sanitize the input and the settings, and then we have to update our database with the new value, something like this. Then we can return the new settings. Yeah, we can save it. Let's come back to our controller and let's add this in our controller. It's also going to be very small, something like this. One for getting the settings, another one for our like updating the player settings. That's it. We can save it. We can come back here in our player settings because we're gonna right now delete few things from here. And before that, I think we should change the SDK because that's the most important thing we have to change, because right now it's static, but we have to make it dynamic. And even we have to change few things in this handle process request, because the request will go through this way. So let's change it from here first. from here, from the services, if the kind is actually settings, so we can do one thing. Before this kind event, we can say if the kind equals to settings, the kind equals to settings, and if the action is update, then we have to update the playlist, right? Sorry, not playlist, player. We have to update the player with the new configuration, with the new data. So we can say payload from the request.json, and the payload must need to be like, if it's not in object or if there is not any payload, then it's not like the correct value. And after that, when everything is okay, we're sending it to here, player settings, with our auth headers and everything, and then we're updating it. One thing I would like to again check the guards. So yeah, we already have the Clark auth guard and player guard. Very good. Then after this, after the body and everything, we can return the response, or if there any error, we can return the error in here. Yep. Now we need our settings. We need the like configurations for the settings, like we have to fetch the player settings. That's why we're outside from this action update, and we're just fetching it, and then we will return it. Yeah, something like this. That's it. Otherwise everything is going to be same. We don't need to do anything else in here. It's fully okay. Let's come back to the main file. This is our react index.tsx here, because we're going to change it a lot now, because everything is right now going to be dynamic, especially in this styling. So first of all, scroll down, and in here, actually after the send analytics, after the fetch video data, after the video tracking, yep, here we can add our player settings, which is basically coming from the video data player settings. Same for the primary color, same for the font family, same for caption color, same for caption BG, caption size, and our the play preset. Yeah, like this. And we need to make on like by default sorry, I think here, yeah, use memo hook in here. Why? So we wanna like set on player style by default, and since we're using use memo, so that it will like not call it for multiple time. And you know why we use memo? It's really very good for this type of library. And style, let's say any type. Now here we're gonna use some like a variable, let's say vmx primary, which value is going to be the primary color. Yeah. Then vms caption color, the caption color, the caption bg, the caption bg, and caption size, the caption size. If the font family is string and font family is not empty, then change the style.font family with this font family. And then finally return the style. In the dependency array, add the primary color, caption BG, caption size, and font family. Yeah. Now we need the layout icons. So layout icons, because this is right now going to be a little bit different. Layout icons. Let's again use your use memo. So use memo. Inside here, if the play preset is minimal, then 1 minute, why it's giving error? Okay, because you have to return something, that's why it's on callback. If the play preset is minimal, then return the default icons. If the play preset is block, then change the icons. Like for the play, we're gonna use this Vidmox play block icon. Now Vidmox play block icon is actually a new icon, and let me add this inside our icons folder. The play block icon, pause block icon, and pause icon. Yeah, so let me add that in here at the end, something like this. Now we can actually import it. Yeah. Now after this, here we can finish and return the Vidmox icons. And in here, I think I did some syntax mistake. Yeah. And here actually need a comma. Yep. All good now. Just we have to add the play preset in the dependency area. Yeah. Now we can save it. And we can scroll down. We already did a lot of thing in here. Now let's change everything from here. For an example, in the media provider, or 1 minute, everything looks good in here. Layout icons, here it should be actually layout icons. Yeah. And so layout icons ready, and we need another one. We need to use our player style. Yep, so player style, which is going to be in here. After the source, we can add style, and we can call our player style. Yeah, that's it. Then we can come back here again, and we can check few things from our this styling, because right now it's going to be definitely different as CSS. So check from the beginning one by one. Here everything is good. Here nothing is good, because in here right now we have to change it from actually let's cut this and let's add our variable that vmx caption bg, and then add our that rgba. Yeah, and important, this is good. Now here also let's cut this, let's add that same var and vmx caption color and white, then important. Yep. Font size, this one, let's delete this and say var vmx caption size and 18 pixel. Yeah. Font weight, line height, everything good, everything good. Just text shadow, this is also good. Now for the data layer video, data layout video, here media brand, this is going to be different. Here we have to use our vmx primary var, and the color code is going to be, I mean the like fallback a2fc, something like this. Now for our track fill bg, it's going to be something like this, progress bg, and yeah, otherwise everything is fine here also, but here it's not okay. Just change it to something like this, that media slider track bg, here media slider track fill bg, here media slider track progress bg, and for actually another new class, let's add this for our VDS time slider and VDS slider progress. We're adding this VDMX buffered color. Yep. Then finally another one we have to add. This is something like this. The media player layout video. This is the slider, the chapter, and the progress. And this is going to be also the buffered one. Yep. Otherwise, Vidmox loader, just the border top color is going to be different. Otherwise, everything is good. Yeah, we can save it. If we save it, nothing is changing. But in here, yep, everything is good. So our SDK work is done. We can come back here. We can give on build. And if we come back here it's giving on warning, not an error. We can change it to something like this. But now inside the player main page, in here, we have to do a lot of work. First of all, these preset colors, we don't need the controls, so we can delete the controls. We're not having it. We're not even having the languages, so we don't need that. We can delete the controls, the toggle control, just delete it. At first, make the styling, delete which we don't need. Font level player UI language. We're not supporting multiple languages, the first version for sure. Like no one does that. So yeah, and player font, same, it's okay, fine. We can definitely keep it. Primary colors, okay. This is the mandatory one. Then our caption appearance, yeah, we're keeping it. This is for the subtitle, like modification. Here, yeah, we are skipping it, but we are changing it for sure. We will do that. That's it, nothing more. Like the player control, we can delete. Yeah. So if we save it, you can see it's looking very bad. We have to take this player button icon to here, then it will be fine. So we can do one thing. We can cut this div, delete this div. We don't need. This is the wrapper, I guess. Yeah. After this, we can paste it. And for this div, it's going to be W full. And we don't need any margin top. Yeah, let's save. Here we go. Now it looks good. Save changes. When there is no changes, then the save changes will be not available. So we will definitely delete that. Yep. Now I know the UI is not definitely looking very good or aesthetic, but who cares? Vidmox is not something like users are using it, developers are using it. So they definitely care more about features and user experience. Like if everything is good, it's fine. They don't want to come here and say, wow, very beautiful UI. But most of them actually doesn't work. So when most of them don't work, it doesn't make any sense. So that's why if the UI is minimalistic but real, then it's better than those fake UI. Yeah, but in here, we're not having these preset icons and upload as busy image. Definitely no, it's crazy, overcomplicated. We should not use anything like that. We can just delete this toggle preset upload. And then we can delete this one as well. Yeah, ready. Makes sense. Now, let's do one thing. Let's start by fetching our player data. So we can do that, but first of all, let me start one by one. Here it's good, all good. The font size by default going to be 18. The primary color, it's going to be different now. We need another state in here, very, very important. That selected play icon, set selected play icon. It's already was there, but the value is different. We need our is loading, then is saving, and most important, the initial payload JSON. And yeah, we don't need this custom icon or anything like that. Yep, we can delete all of that. And we don't need then this upload options also. We can delete. There is still some error. Where is the error? I think here. Level. Fine, I think it's still here. Yeah, it's just a type error, which makes sense. We will change it. After this, we need our user is loaded. Very, very important to prevent load this file before loading the user. Now let's make an object for the payload. We can again use here the use memo. Something like this. Let's import use memo from React. This is going to be a callback. And player settings, which interface we can copy from our that SDK and we can add that in here. Player settings, yep. And we don't need any of these icons, so let's delete all of them. Now we can come back to down and you can see these are the like best, like not basic, the by default player settings. After this, we can say const payload JSON. The payload JSON, we can again use the use memo. And the payload, we can pass it in here. Now for the save button, we don't want to show the save button when there is no update. So that's why we are adding here another use memo, that if there is no update, then we will not show these save changes again and again, because that doesn't make any sense. Now let's fetch the real data, our video player data from the backend. We can say let cancelled, by default false, and we can load our player. So your async function load, first set is loading true. Let's add a try catch statement. In the try const race await fetch /API /Vidmox /player kind settings. Method is going to be post headers accept the application /JSON. If response is not okay, then throw the error message, simple. Otherwise, set the data to our all like use state hooks like this. So then first we're normalizing it, and then secondly we are adding all of that into our states. If it's catch an error, then console log the error, and finally if the cancelled is false, then set loading false. And finally we can load the function and we can return the callback and we can make the cancel to true. That's it. Now if there is loaded false, then return null. Great. Now what next? Here we have to change it to this. I forgot it. Okay, we will check it later. Player's appearance, yep. Because when we will build a NestJS project, it will definitely give some error. You probably know this. We cannot use like single quotation. Fine. After this, for the font family, let's make it dynamic. Fonts.map. Actually, it's all good though already. Primary colors, the preset colors, perfect. And here, for the color input, we have to add on style. Background color is going to be the primary color. Yeah. And one change, it's fine. 1 minute color input. Actually, no, this is the hidden native color input, so we don't need. Yep, this is the hex code input, so fine. The change is actually in here in our preset option, because in here we have to say that level as classic or minimal or the block, and level, title and icon. Now from where the titles are coming, the titles are coming from here. We have to add the title. Let's say classic, this is on title. Same here. The minimal level, but here C is not going to be capital, M is not going to be capital. Here the B is not going to be capital, but for the title, it's going to be the previous one. Yeah, that's it. And instead of level, let's make it title. Otherwise, everything is good. And in here, for the save button, at first cut this and say if the show save button is true, then only add this, but disable the button if the is loading is false, or is loading is true or is saving is true. Then for the one click, at first make the set is saving true, then add our try catch statement. Inside here we can send post request to our here it's giving error because we have to make it async. We have to send post request to our Vidmox player. It means basically it's going to redirect it to our Vidmox internal API with all the new updated payload. If there is anything wrong, then throw the wrong things like an error, and if everything is fine, then set the value in here and give on success message that video player configured or configuration updated. If catch an error, console log the message. And finally, set is saving, make it false. All good. Just here, when the is saving is true, then saving, otherwise save the save changes one. Yep. Now you can see nothing is here. This is like our by default color for the video player. Even if we go to my videos, and from here you will notice that yeah, there is something wrong because we have to update our Vidmox player. Okay, there's something wrong, definitely. Let me check what's wrong. Alright guys, I found the problem. It's actually in here. We have to say style.id and we have to add our Vidmox player styles ID in here. And here another line, very important, document.getElement by ID. We have to like take the Vidmox player styles and we have to return it. After changing it, just rebuild again and come back here, come back to our my videos, give on reload, come back here, and here you go. You can see this time it's actually red. It's actually working. Now if we want to update this, let's do update. So let's say we're going to select this color. This color looks good. Hit save changes. Yep, video player configure. Done. Let's come back here. Give on reload. We have to give actually reload. It's cached, I guess. Just give on hard reload. Something is wrong. Just a minute. Let me see if it's updated or player metadata. Yeah, it did. Okay. Alright guys, after a long time research, after like fighting a lot, I found the mistake and I'm really feeling very angry now because the mistake is definitely silly mistake. In this stream video, when we're calling for the stream video, definitely we are attaching our player settings into that, right? But see where? We're not sending it. Since we're not sending it, that's why it's not working. So we have to send it actually. We can say player settings await this dot get player settings. We have to pass the meta dot user underscore id, and finally after the analytics token we must have to send the player settings. When we are sending the player settings, let's come back here, give on reload. Here we go. You can see it's right now green because we selected green from here, from our player settings. If we change it to, let's say, purple color and hit save changes, let's come back here again, come back here. Here you go, it's purple. So it's working. Our video player customization is perfectly working as we expected. Even the fonts are also updated right now based on our settings. So it's actually working properly. We should be very proud right now that our customization is working at the same time. Like users can definitely easily customize the font. You can see 32 views, literally 32 views, but average view duration only 28 seconds because we were just checking it for a long time. The watch time is still very low, 23 minutes 52 seconds. Yeah, it's fine. So finally our player settings is also working. Now last one, after this we will finish this tutorial series. We will deploy it. Watermark and branding. Now when the user plan is paid, then only they can do it. Otherwise, if the plan is free, then definitely they cannot add custom watermark. So let's come back to our branding, and each pro user we're saying false. Let's make it true or false. Let me see one thing. Is pro user true, then something like this. Otherwise, is pro user, if it's false, then show it. That upgrade to pro, but why it's not showing? Okay. Oh, sorry. I'm running a different one. That's why. Okay, no problem. I actually was running a different one. That's why even after updating the code base, it's not working, which is very normal. But no worries. Everything going to be completely same. Yeah. No. Landing page is Y3002. It should be 3000. And this one 3001. Yeah. Now give on reload. Here you go. Upgrade to pro to customize your watermark and branding. But since we're already in pro right now, let's make it dynamic. Just change this is pro user false to like real value. So we can do one thing. We can come back to our sidebar. We can take inspiration from here. Just copy this one for fetching our user like plan and get token. So get token and the other things like this one. We don't need the user information now. Use user and use auth. Yeah. Now is pro user if the current dot current dot plan is not free, then true, otherwise false. Let's see. Yep, you can see it's changed completely. And very important one here, when the actually our is loaded and is loading is true, is loaded false and is loading true, then return null. Very important. Yep, all looks good. Now from here you can change the watermark, so let's do it. Let's start it from our backend side. So let's come back our services. In this source and modules folder, we can create a new folder by giving them, let's say, branding, because this is for like custom branding. And inside here, the branding module, let's add our branding module.ts, branding controller.ts, and sorry, and branding service.ts. Now in the service, let's start to work first. But before going to the service, we have to go to our database schema, because we have to create another small table for our watermark metadata, we can say. So something like this, watermark metadata. The table is going to be very simple and small, like this. ID, user ID, which is going to be unique, enabled, like the watermark, like the branding custom watermark enabled or not, by default false. File key, position, opacity, last uploaded at, created and updated at, we can save it. And after this, let's come back here. Let's write this npm run db generate and db push. Yeah, it's actually done. Now let's come back here in our branding service and let's start working here. At first, let's add here on type for our watermark setting, something like this, enabled boolean, position, it can be something like this, opacity, file key, last uploaded at, and next upload available at, because after every 1 minute you can upload one, like on watermark, just for security reasons, so that you cannot do spamming with the system. Like the user cannot do spamming with the system, that's why we're adding this security. Now in here, let's create our branding service class. We need our create storage bucket from 1 minute cloud storage bucket, because we have to upload here the thumbnail file. Sorry, not thumbnail, it's a watermark. And import injectable from NestJS/common, import config service, drizzle db, and inject from NestJS/common. So this is like the basic setup which we were using in our upload service as well. Now we need to resolve the user plan, something like this. We can import all of these, because all of these are actually ready. Resolve plan. Now we need to resolve the record, so get record, we can say, from our watermark metadata. Then the get watermark setting function. So here at first we need our plant here and the can customize like boolean, then record, and we need to check the enabled, the position and the opacity and file key from like the database. Yeah, Then last uploaded at and next uploaded at, like just make a date. For last uploaded at, we're checking it from the database, and for the next available upload available at, we're just adding 60 seconds with the last uploaded at time. Then finally, we can return all of these, like the enable, the position, the opacity, the file key, the last uploaded at, next upload available at, can customize and plan with the plant here. Yeah. Now, after this, let's add our watermark settings. Our watermark settings module, something like this, where we're going to receive the user ID and input, and it's going to return a promise that watermark settings, and we need our plant here at first. If the plant here is free, then you cannot actually upgrade your watermark for the videos. You have to upgrade your plant to customize watermark. Then we're checking for the record with the user ID, then checking the next enabled, next position, and next opacity raw. Yeah, something like this. We're just like adding all the values in these variables. Then file key, the new file key, like for the new watermark, and then we have to store it inside the database. Something like this, that our watermark metadata, we're storing the user ID, enabled, position, opacity, file key, and created at, updated at. If it's doing conflict, then we're like adding this enabled, position, opacity, and updated at. And then finally, we can return this with our watermark settings, get watermark setting with the user ID. Now, we need another module. This is the last one. This is for uploading the watermark to our 1 minute cloud. So we need the plant here first. We can use our result plan. From here, we will get like plant here. If it's free, then we can throw an error. If there is no file, then missing file. Then we need the content type. That is PNG or SVG. If it's PNG or SVG, then we can check it. If it's not, then only PNG or SVG is supported. And here, record. After this, like this is the get record with the user ID, and last uploaded at, it must need to be like more than the last 60 seconds. Yeah. Then extension, the file extension, the file name, and let's upload it to our 1 minute cloud. So random UUID import from crypto, and we're right now uploading the file to 1 minute cloud. Then we need the file key, something like this, and we can update our database at the end with the watermark metadata that yep, it's actually uploaded into that database now. And then we can return our watermark settings with the user ID. Yeah, that's it. Our branding service is ready. It's definitely not so small, but not crazy big either. Now let's go to our controller and let's add all of these APIs. So we can add here controller decorator from NestJS common, and use guards. Only logged in user can use it. So use guards and API bearer auth. Then here we can create our branding controller. Here we can add the endpoints. So like get watermark, which is like get watermark setting for the current user. We're just calling our branding service and get watermark settings. Now for uploading and watermark, something like this. So yeah, and after this, watermark upload, watermark and watermark upload is different. You can read it from here that this watermark is the update watermark settings for the current user, updating the settings, and this one is updating the uploading the file. So uploading the file is different than updating the settings from the database. So yeah, now we can save it. Our controller is ready. Now in the module, let's add everything simple, something like this. Yep. Now let's come back to our app module and let's call our branding module in here. We can save it and let's come back here. Yeah, all makes sense. Now it looks good. 1 minute. The GB push was giving us some error. Player metadata user ID unique constructor table which contains one item. If the statement fails, you receive an error from the database. Do you want to truncate the player metadata table? Player metadata. Actually, I think it's conflicting with our database somehow. Player metadata, player metadata. Okay, fine. I understand why it's giving the error. No problem. We can push it. There will be no problem. Yep, change is applied. If we come back here, we can see everything is here. The watermark metadata, the player metadata is also perfect. So everything is good, no problem. Now our everything adding done. Let's come back to Frontend because backend work is done. Let's come back to this page.tsx in branding and let's make it dynamic now. All right, first let's add our watermark settings type in here, similar like the backend one. Just the values are here, like position, opacity, file key, unless uploaded and everything. Then inside here, we actually need to add some use state hooks, something like this. There are some errors because enabled position opacity file already here, which I'm already adding in here for twice. No problem. Settings and set settings. It's going to be something like this. Enabled and set enabled position. The values are going to be like this. Opacity file. Watermark preview URL is saving, set is saving, and is uploading an initial config JSON. After this, we have to check that is the user is pro user or not. So we can say is pro user. We can add it actually here. And then can upload now. We need to use your use memo. Yep. That can the user upload the new file, like update the watermark now or not? Like since we're doing it after every 30 seconds, that's why. Then lock info. When there will be a lock that you cannot upload a new watermark in these minutes, like after 60 seconds, you can actually do it. 60 seconds or 1 hour, I forgot it, but yeah, it's probably something like that. If I'm doing mistake, then pardon. It's probably 1 minute or 1 hour. Okay, I can do mistake. This is 60,000. I think it's actually hour, not minute, which is good for us. Then after this, we can add here payload, the use memo, and this is going to be a callback. The enabled position and opacity and enabled position and opacity. Yeah, we can save it. Then we need the payload JSON, something like this, and our lot of use effect hooks. So let's start the first one. This is for loading our branding metadata. So First, let's import use effect from React. We are actually giving on request to branding and watermark on get request. And we are setting the value into our set settings, that's set enable, position, opacity, and initial config JSON and everything. If there is an error, then we're showing that like a toast message that failed to load the watermark. After this, let's add another use effect hook for actually updating our watermark. And this is going to be post request. And this is definitely going to be a little bit different, but still this is also a use effect hook. You can see if it's not pro user, then return, not settings, then return. If file, then return. Initial config JSON null, then return. If the payload JSON is not matching with the initial config JSON, then return. Otherwise, after a certain time, after a set timeout, we are updating the database. We're sending a post request to the endpoint with this data. Now, another use effect, this is the last one, and this is for loading the preview. Yeah. So we can use storage.get because we need basically our file preview, that's why. And this one, I think we don't need this. We can delete. Or is loading, we need the is loading for the billing. I think we don't need this is loading. We can add it from here. Is loaded is already in here. Okay, is loaded if it's false. Okay, I think it should work. Save it. Give on reload. Yeah, it's working. So perfect, no problem. We don't need that anymore in here. This is good enough. Now let's make these things dynamic. So here in this preview, if this pro user, 1 minute, watermark visibility, here, everything is actually good in here. Just if this pro user, then this is also okay. And here for the image, it's going to be dynamic value. Exactly. It should be dynamic value this time. Is pro user and watermark preview URL available? Then on image with the watermark preview URL, class name is going to be h8 w auto, opacity 50, and object contain. Yeah. Otherwise, inside here, we can basically add the logo light and everything which we were doing earlier, that same thing. Now upload custom watermark, all good in here. Just disable the upload when the can upload new is false, or is uploading is true, or the is saving is true. Yep. And if the log info is true, then we need to show the log info message in here. Yep. Now in this watermark position, here it's giving on type error, which is very normal. We can set as top left or top right or bottom left or bottom right or the center, like all the types. Yep, otherwise I think everything should be fine. Yeah, here is pro user and file, then save changes. But for the save changes we have to do work. So in the button, disable true when the is saving or is uploading or can upload new is false, or these are true. Then now for the one click, when someone will click these save changes, then if there is no file, then return it. Otherwise, if there is a file, then set is saving true or loading state. Then we have to send on post request to our API endpoint. So this is the like try catch statement with that token. We're making the set is uploading true the form data because we need to upload the watermark. So we are sending a post request to here. After getting the confirmation that the watermark uploaded, we have to update the metadata. That's why we're again sending another post request to this one. And this time we're sending the payload JSON. And after this, we have to update the states. So const update, something like this. The settings res JSON, and then the set settings updated at the set enable, the all like we're updating our use state hooks. Set file null and toast.success, that watermark updated. Here let's add catch. And finally here I think we have to add another second bracket exactly. Now if it's catch any error, just toast.error the message, and finally make these two use state to false, the is uploading and is saving. And in here, if the is saving or is uploading is true, then saving, otherwise save changes. That's it. This was the file. It should be ready now. Let's come back here. You can see by default it's showing off because the user plan is paid. However, I think it's not fully accurate with the sidebar. It's not matching and I should check it. Let's do one thing. For the sidebar, since it's in here and the children is in here, query provider, let me do one thing. Let me see if I can do it or not. The query provider, okay, let's try to add it in here. Use query hook and the gate token. We need here. So add the hook in here, the use auth. And we need still the is loaded and is signed in. So is loaded and is signed in. Yeah, I'm not sure we can use it or not. If we can use it, that's really very, very good for us, because here we can write the logic that if this, then return null, and we don't need actually the data at all, so we can delete that. Let's see, I don't think we can use, yeah, use query, no query client set, use query client provider to set one. Okay, so here the query client provider, that's why the problem is happening. We have an option if we want to do That is, we can create here another function that extended provider. It's going to receive the children, let's say any for now, and return the children. Yeah, and we can call it in here and pass the children. Then we can cut all of these and add that in here. If we save it, error should be gone this time. It's saying no query client, set use query client is loading. Query client is in here. Okay. I think because we're using here query client and we cannot use it without the provider. I understand. Then the solution could be, let's delete this, just add all of these, just cut this and delete this, just return the children from here. Don't need this and this one as well. We can save it. You can come back here in our branding page, not service, page.tsx. At the end, we can add this line, use query, and we can add all of these in here. Okay, it's already here, so we don't need to add it again then. That's great. Now, even if we give reload, you can see the contents are loading with the same time. No problem at all. We can turn on the watermark visibility and we have to upload on file for it. So let's upload on watermark. I'm just going to test. I'm just uploading my signature. Again, it's just for like short term. This is not a real watermark for sure. So saving, and here we go. You can see my signature is in here. So this is like, let's say on watermark for the video. And from now on, even if you come here, you can check in the watermark metadata. Here you go. We have our watermark file key, which we need to send for like processing the video with the watermark. So what we have to do, we just have to do one little change right now, and then everything will be done. And the changes inside our upload service. Source, modules, upload and upload service, especially in our complete, like when we're calling the media convert, we have to update here in the watermark, because right now we have dynamic watermark. That's why. So in here, we have to do some work. Let's say in here, after the complete upload, we can say, actually after this, we can add on let variable that paid watermark, something like this. If the plan is not free, then only check for the watermark from the database and then set value for the watermark to here in the paid watermark. And in here, if the watermark, the plan is free, then this file name, this is basically the Vidmox watermark. Otherwise, the paid watermark with the like all fields are there. And for the Vidmox watermark, it's by default bottom right. And for the webhook URL, for now it's this, but after deploying it, definitely we'll change it to our like API URL with our API URL. That's it. Everything is ready. So right now, if we try to upload a video, it will work with this custom watermark. or even if the plan is free, then it will work with the Vidmox watermark. That's it. Everything should work now. And yeah, everything is ready right now. Our next work is deploying it. But at this moment, I don't want to deploy because I still have to work on the docs for the documentation, and I will finish that in offline because documentation is something like it's a static thing. You can also make it by yourself, and I have to do some research for it. I have to make some articles, then I'll make it, and then I'll make another video for the deployment. You will find out it attached with the video with this one, with the video series, Vidmox series. You can just check that to see the deployment, but the deployment is not going to be complicated because we're going to use our server. We're going to install everything in there by using Docker, and we'll not use on like advanced CI/CD setup. We'll probably use EC2 and sorry, not EC2. I meant not EC2. I meant PM2. We can use the PM2 for deploying our application into our server. That's it. So this was actually the video. I was trying hard to finish it as soon as possible because the series is already became very big, which is very natural because this type of applications, I spent more than 1 year to build this. So you can imagine the size of this full platform. So that's it. This was the video. I hope you enjoyed it. If you have any question, feel free to ask me in the comment section. I'll definitely answer any interesting questions if you have. So see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye-bye.